Vamos embora, Leonardo. Muito bem, muito experiente o nosso técnico nacional. Parabéns, Leonardo. Parabéns, Portugal.
Maybe saving it, taken by Spain. Working hard towards the edge to make sure overtaking was. Gap beginning to open. Welcome back to the Canoe Marathon European Championships here in Ponte de Lima. It's the final session of the day. A flurry of highlights there from yesterday's events, and with plenty more to come this afternoon. This afternoon is the turn of the under-23 women and the under-23 men. Air temperature 23, water temperature 15, wind speed 2.4 meters per second. It is a little bit breezy here, especially on the lower half of the course. That's from the start pontoon down to the big bridge and back. There's your timetable for the afternoon. Just 2 races, followed by the 2 medal ceremonies for each one. 22.6k, 26.2k, 1 extra lap for the men. They're just milling about now before the start. So women's under 23 K1. There's the boats they'll be in. K1s, 520 long, 8 kilos weight, double-bladed paddle. European champion Pernille Hostrup. She's in action today. There's your start list. Svakova, Duarte, Gomez, Esteban, Montagna, Glennon, Serafin from Hungary, Foray from France, Panachepe from Hungary, Moa Nielsen from Sweden. There's Hostrup, your European champion, Rodriguez from Spain, Katie Brooks from Great Britain, Caroline Fink, Germany, Candela from Italy, and Hansen from Denmark, O'Halloran from Ireland, Richter from Sweden, and Akani from Kosovo. So they all back onto the pontoon. Water is fairly turbulent around the bridge there. Panachepe, silver medalist last year at the World Championships. She lines up boat 3, 4, 5 from Hungary. Hungarians always a threat. We've seen it all weekend. Svakova, nearest to us, from Slovakia. She was very good in the short course earlier this weekend. Holding them on the start line. Svakova just starting her watch. crazy. Why? Holding them for a long time. Maybe not everyone's on the pontoon. We've only got the little shot that you've got there. I can't see across the whole line. They're looking more ready now. A little bit of agitation. And away they go. Our main contenders, Ponte, roughly a third of the way up from the bottom. Peniel Hostrup pretty much in the middle. Katie Brooks going for Great Britain, 349. Oh, that's a great view backwards. Maria Gomez, camera on the back deck. She's second at the moment. Ella Richter seems to be leading. Slovakian Svakova there, tucked in the V. Behind is Montagna. Coming together are those two groups. So it's Gomez leading in a different colour top again, just to help the commentators out. To her right, Panachepe. To her left, Svakova. And from Spain, we've got Esteban. Hostrup in there also. Montagna in there in that red and blue striped vest. Fantastic job from her. Italian coming up. Katie Brooks in the green boat, bottom of your screen. She'll close that gap down. She's a persistent paddler. She'll get there. It's just a matter of time. So Richter, Gomez, Chepe, Hostrup, Svakova, Hansen, Esteban, Montagna. That's your first group. Serafin at the back of that group. One more. Maria Foray, Duarte, Rodriguez, Candela, and Brooks in shot just at the bottom of the screen. On board with Gomez, Chepe to her left. Svakova to her right in the green boat as we look at it head on. That's a great little shot, top right of the screen. You can see in the V-wash there from Spain is Esteban. All round safely. Montagna in that boat with a black bottom and the light blue top. Chepe breaks for the right-hand side. Gomez goes onto her side and Montagna just cut out into the second V behind the blue boat of maybe Serafin. Zvakova on the left-hand side of that group. Up comes the second Spaniard, trying to close the gap. That's Rodriguez leading that chase pack, I think, at the moment. Duarte also in that group, as is Foray. Tucked in the back of that group, Katie Brooks in the green boat. Big front group. Chepe leads. Hostrup in the blue, Gomez in the grey boat with the orange flash. Tucked in the back is Esteban. In the green boat is Svakova. The blue and black boat is Montagne. And we got Ella Richter in the yellow shirt, and just off the back, oh, still latched onto the back of that group is Serafin, also from Hungary. It's a big front group, 9 at the moment, and the Spaniard working super hard, or Portuguese rather, Duarte is that? I think it is working super hard to close that gap. So she's bringing with her Rodriguez, Foray and Brooks. Nearly there. Just about. They've made contact now, and then it's just how you kind of squeeze yourself into contention in that group rather than being a victim next time there's a split. So it's Portugal, Spain, France and Great Britain just on the back of the group, but it's Chepe leading. Gomez with that orange flash on the boat, and the head, the visor. Just coming through the bridge to our left, and it looks super busy. The group had to narrow down to go through the bridge. It strung it out just a little bit. Chepe, Hostrup and Gomez, Esteban all look very safe. Slovakian, Svakova struggling just a little bit. Elise Montagne tucked nicely in the line of paddlers back from the leader, looks very comfortable. Richter to her right, Serafin, then Duarte, Rodriguez just off the back of that group. Katie Brooks still in contact and has made it back to that group. You've got Candela from Italy, 342. From Ireland, Glennon. And Moa Nilsson from Sweden, currently 17th. And that's tough. So I hadn't mentioned Hansen in the turquoise boat up to this point. She's sitting just behind her teammate Hostrup. Katie Brooks in the green boat at the back. She's trying desperately to find something comfortable to settle into. It's tough there on the inside because it just keeps changing as the group squeezes against the trees. You can see Hansen is squeezing back onto the Spaniard. Spaniard's going to have to drop back. Katie Brooks has to wait for that to settle. And now she has found herself. No, she's just been dropped back on by the Spaniard again. Has to back off. It's just not quite settling at the back of the group on the inside edge there. The Spaniard keeps trying to decide whether to force her way up the outside or drop back onto the tail. There's no relaxation yet for Katie Brooks. An 11-boat group, that's pretty hectic. That will get strung out round the turn for sure. So there's your leaderboard: Hansen, Esteban, Chepe, Gomez, Duarte, Serafin, Hostrup. Three boats just off the back of that. Serafin not looking particularly comfortable. That's the white boat in the back row of three in that front group, just kind of wandering out a little bit. Esteban taking a drink there. And that's Fakova just behind Gomez. You can just see the black and blue boat of Montagne tucked behind Esteban. It's been a great start for Elise Montagne, that's for sure. Those three boats at the back just are going to struggle once they get to the turn. The whole group's going to get strung out. I think we'll see a bit of speed, perhaps from Hostrup, as they come out of the turn. Chepe's done a lot of work so far. Whether she can string it out herself. That's Ireland and Germany with Glennon and Fink in the yellow and red at the bottom of your picture. You can see the top turn there. Move out to the right slightly, then round the turn. I think we'll see a bit of action on the turn. It's a big group, 11. There's a flow as well. They get squeezed onto those turn buoys. Round goes Chepe, still leading. A little break forming in the group. Those back four just about hanging on. It could be the front four away. Not sure who the chaser is. Front four: Chepe, Zvikova, Esteban and Hostrup. It's Montagne doing the closing. Montagne or Zvikova. Hansen is in that group too. I'll clip round. The view from the camera is always from the rear facing camera. It's just behind real life, so we might see them go around the turn here. I'm not sure if we're, no, I think we're already going downstream. So that group, Montagne trying to come around the outside. That's going to be a big ask on someone as experienced as who's on that side. I think it's Chepe. No, it's Gomez, I think. But it's fallen well for Montagne if that white boat leads. It is Gomez. So Hostrup in the blue boat. In the turquoise boat, we have Hansen. White boat, white shirt is Chepe. White visor is Gomez. Turquoise and black boat is Montagne, and Zvikova in the green boat. There is Montagne right next to Gomez. Action on the right hand side as Esteban tries to go round. Who will that be? That's Chepe. You're not getting around Chepe, I don't think, not at this stage. Chepe leads. No, it's not. It's Hansen. Hard to keep tabs. And Portugal back in the game. She's brought Great Britain with her again. Katie Brooks and Serafin also back in the front group. 10 in the front group. We have lost one. I think it's Richter and Foray. Round the outside goes Katie Brooks. To the right of Hansen. Montagna trying to take on Gomez. Gomez not happy with that. Nor is Chepe. It's an uncomfortable group. There's edginess in there. Hansen squeezing up just a little, maybe to hold off Katie Brooks. Katie Brooks ducking round behind the darker blue boat of Hansen, trying to just improve her ride slightly. Another whole big lap to go before the first portage. Brooks finally getting the rest she's earned. Tucked in the V behind Hansen, behind Hostrup rather. Great shot, overhead shot of that top group. 10 boats. Some more comfortable than others. Only 30 meters back to that next group, but that's a big 30 meters if you're the wrong side of it. In the V, she's off Esteban, she's one side, then the other, always trying to hedge her bets in case there's a new leader, but that makes it uncomfortable for some. Montagna forcing the pace again, force Gomez up to the front. Chepe not having any of it, and Montagna having to settle for the second wash again. It's a tough ride there, but she's hanging in there, and everything could change at the bottom turn. Getting our full team back in commentary now. Not full, but 2/3 of a team. So 10 boats in the front group, 4 boats in a bizarre formation in that chase pack. Elise Montagna there to the right of your shot. Esteban to the left. Esteban is in the lead V. Montagna second wave out on the left of the leader. Leader currently Panachepe, just out of shot on our left-hand side of your screen. Svakova tucked neatly in the back of the group. Speed goes up. Coming in for the turn. It's going to have to be a lot of dropping back on this left side. Montagna has dropped back inside. It's a good move. It's going to be contact, just avoided by Serafin there. She was headed towards the boat of Montagna, just managed to stop in time. Those back 5 just struggling to stay in contact with the group. That front 4 looking super comfortable. It's Gomez is boat 5 at the moment. And that is a strong front four. 2 Danes, a Hungarian and a Dane. Again, Montagna comes back. Gomez back, Svakova back. Brooks next in line to get back, Serafin with her. And it's Duarte from Portugal just off the back of that group, looking slightly uncomfortable. Duarte trying hard to come around the left-hand side of the group and get comfortable, embedded back in it. It's Brooks now at the back of the group, just struggling slightly for pace. She's had to work hard. She did have a nice ride down the long leg in a V-wash. I think she'll make it back as the pace slows down, which it has now. Who are we missing? We're missing Montagna from that group. We're looking for the black. There it is. She's still in the game. And Brooks just behind her. So Montagna just needs to move up a little onto the tail of Svakova. And Serafin get behind the blue boat of Hansen. It's getting harder for those girls at the back. Oh, it's looking tough now for Montagna. Katie Brooks takes the opportunity, a door opens and she's through it. Montagna suffering just that little bit more. Gomez leads Chepe. Esteban behind.
Entretanto, aqui nas imagens colocadas no barco da atleta portuguesa Maria Francisca Gomes, está ali no grupo da frente. Maria Gomes, atleta de 22 anos do Clube Náutico de Prado, treinada pelo José Ramalho e pela Rita Ramalho. O objetivo dela é ser o mais versátil possível dentro de todas as distâncias e representar Portugal nas grandes competições internacionais. Lembrar que ela conquistou o 6º lugar competindo no K4 500 metros, no Campeonato da Europa de Velocidade, na categoria Sub-23, e foi 18ª classificada competindo em K1 na distância de 1000 metros.
Chepe leads. Esteban to her left. Hansen to her right. And Hostrup in the V-wash at the moment. It's getting strung out again as it comes through the bridge. There's a little bit of stress on the faces towards the back of that group at the moment. Duarte, she's the one on the left of the group in the white boat with red sleeves. Her teammate just in front of her, Gomez.
E neste grupo vemos agora a Andreia Silva Duarte, atleta de 18 anos, que compete pelo Clube de Canoagem de Ovar e que é treinada pelo Rui Romão. Ela tenta aqui obter o melhor resultado possível. Já competiu no Campeonato de Europa de Maratona em 2023, foi 8ª na prova longa e 10º lugar na prova curta. É campeã nacional de Sub-23 na prova de longa distância.
9 now in that front group. It's gone from 12, 11, 10, and now 9, with Montagna the last to leave. Duarte still sat on the outside. It falls well for Brooks in the green boat at the back. She's got a nice wave there. You can see how low the nose is in the water. That means you're going downhill comfortably. Impressed by Sofokova in the green boat, closest to the trees. Slight change happening here. Esteban. And Duarte saw that coming so quickly, and she was locked in, fitted in behind Esteban, and finally has got herself off the edge of the group. This time it's Katie Brooks who's suffering, and the group, there we go. She saw that so quickly. Up into the V beside her teammate Gomez, and that she has been busting to see that opening open up for a long time now. She's been sat on the outside of the group, and when it happened she was on it instantly. Maybe down to 8 now. Katie Brooks, she won't give it up, that's one thing for sure, but the gap's opening slightly to that big group in front.
Ora, estamos de volta então, depois aqui da maratona dos pódios, para os comentários um pouco em português. Temos a competição do caiaque feminino sub-23, tudo a correr bem para Portugal. Temos as nossas duas atletas no grupo da frente, como a Carla falou há pouco.
A Maria Rego Gomes e a Andreia Duarte, as
Exatamente.
imagens colocadas ali na embarcação da Maria Rego Gomes a permitir ver a prestação bem de perto da Andreia Duarte.
Maria Rego Gomes, que foi 7ª classificada aqui no Mundial realizado em Ponte Lima há 2 anos atrás, em 2022, o ano passado, há 2 anos atrás, perdão. Esta competição do K1 feminino sub-23 teve a primeira edição em 2009 em Ostroda, na Polónia, e daí até hoje tivemos um total de 13 edições. Esta é a 14ª. Portugal nunca conseguiu subir ao pódio nesta difícil categoria. Melhor resultado de sempre pertence à Maria Gomes em Moscovo, um 5º lugar. Em 2021, esse é então o melhor resultado para Portugal, também num ano de pandemia com menos participantes. Normalmente temos ficado no top 10, sempre 8º, 9º. A nossa primeira participação foi em 2011 com a Joana Marinho Sousa, que vai competir nas Seniors amanhã, um 8º lugar em Saint-Jean-de-Lozne, em França, no dia 22 de julho de 2011. A Joana Marinho de Sousa a inaugurar as participações portuguesas com as cores nacionais com um 8º lugar. Repetiria depois uma nova participação já com 6º lugar em Vila Verde, em 2013, em Portugal.
2 groups of 4, the turn split the group. It was, I think, an error of judgment from Gomez. She tried to attack the turn going in too steeply, and that disturbed those back 4. The front 4 got away cleanly, and now I think it's Zerafin who's trying to close that gap. It was a bit of work that didn't pay off for Gomez.
Então ali na rondagem houve um problema, houve um toque, separaram-se 2 grupos, depois temos uma recuperação por parte da atleta da Hungria, é a Sofia Zerafin, a campeã do mundo júnior de 2023 em Vejan, que conseguiu recuperar para o grupo da frente. Ela que também já foi 2 vezes campeã da Europa de júniores.
Esteban really squeezing the group now. She didn't like it when she saw Serafin close in. And she is pressing on. I don't know if she can do enough damage to stop those back four catching, but she's certainly giving it a go. Serafin looks like she's still in touch with that group. Duarte just on her wave, just about though, towards the back of Serafin's boat. Zvakova in the green boat, perhaps she's losing touch with this group now. It's very hard to tell with the camera angles, but certainly this is view from Maria Gomez's boat. That's Zvakova just ducking round the back, but there's nowhere to go on that left side either.
Entretanto, vimos ali a Andrea Duarte a subir, está ali na posição 6, junto à Maria Rego Gomes, a portuguesa, que segue nesta altura em 7º lugar.
Gap just opening up back to Zvakova. We could be down to 7, and it just whittles away that group. That gap is definitely opening up. And Gomez maybe also losing touch.
Dificuldade para Maria Gomes aqui para tentar recuperar ao grupo da frente.
Gomez does have a wave to get to. She can see the tail of that turquoise boat. If she can just get to that, life will become an awful lot more friendly.
Andrea está a subir bem, estou aqui contente. E elas vão juntar, elas vão conseguir. Vamos lá.
Eu acho que sim, mas dali a subir aquela onda traseira, aquilo não é nada fácil. Tem que fazer muita força para conseguir subir, porque a Alba Esteban de Espanha vai a um grande ritmo aqui a levar todo este grupo. Elas estão ali a lutar, mas vês, Carla, que a distância não diminui. A Maria parece que está em sprint a tentar subir e o barco simplesmente recusa-se a fazê-lo. Agora a Andrea está ali bem colocada, está a olhar para o lado. Como quer dizer, Maria, sobe aqui para esta tripla para ver se encaixas para conseguires descansar, mas não está fácil.
Portanto, isto é uma altura que estão na segunda volta.
Já vamos ter portagem quando passarem para cima.
Just moving forward one more place behind the Hungarian. The pace has slowed down, but it might not be enough for Zvakova on her own. One more flurry, and that string back to Zvakova, I think, may break.
A Eslováquia que parece ali na posição mais
Here we go now. This is not what the Slovakian wanted to see. She did not need a tear up at the front. And it's Hostrup, Chepe, Hansen, Serafin, Esteban and Gomez, and the speed continues to be high, and I think the gap back to Zvakova when we get an overhead view will have increased somewhat.
Hostrup,
goes Hostrup,
bronze medalist from yesterday's shorts race in the senior category.
Gomez off the group also. And there's Zvakova to her right. And those two, I think, are permanently detached now. Oh, contact at the front. That was the Dane being bullied there, I think, by Duarte, I think. Oh no, maybe the Spaniard.
Excelente ali a prestação de Andrea Duarte, está no grupo da frente. Ela foi ali subindo e está onde deve estar, no grupo da frente. Tem aqui aspirações a um lugar no pódio. Vamos ver.
Para já, até agora, tudo a correr bem. Ali a Maria sofreu bastante, a Maria Gomes a sofrer bastante a subir, mas a Andrea bem colocada. Tudo. Vamos ver se esta rondagem não há o problema da anterior, que acabou por dividir o grupo em dois e forçou as nossas atletas a ter que se aplicar a fundo para recuperar para o grupo da frente.
As portagens são sempre decisivas. Eu quero crer que a Andrea não se vai deixar ficar para trás, pelo que fomos vendo então nas provas nacionais.
Pana Sepe, neste momento da Hungria, a assumir o grupo da frente. Ela que foi campeã do mundo já nesta categoria, sub-23, em Vejen, na Dinamarca.
You have to hand it to Zvakova. She hasn't let go of the idea of coming back to that group yet. Unlike Gomez, who is nowhere in sight at the moment. That doesn't mean, of course, she's not just out of shot, but Zvakova left the group before Gomez, and now Gomez behind Zvakova. 6 round the bottom turn.
A segunda portuguesa está então atrás desta atleta da Eslováquia, está ali na posição 8 nesta altura.
Acabou por perder um bocado, ela despendeu muita energia para tentar recuperar e via-se que não estava à vontade. Há dias que...
Ela é forte das portagens, Orlando. Eu quero crer que ela vai recuperar na portagem.
Era bom, conseguisse aproveitar agora para respirar bem, para recuperar e depois na portagem conseguir subir um pouco.
So Hostrup leads, and still the chase is on from the Slovakian.
Hostrup, European champion last year in Poznan, 1 hour 51 minutes and 26 seconds. It was on the 26th of July 2024. Later that year, she finished in third position, bronze medal for her in Metkovic, behind the duo from Hungary, Pana Cinque and Pana Sepe. Sepe is also racing here today. Number 343, you can see her on the left side of Hostrup.
A nossa Andreia aqui a manter-se no grupo da frente. E é aí que a queremos ver.
So we've got Hungary, Denmark, Portugal, Hungary, Spain and Denmark in that front group.
E para já temos, Carla, temos alterações de ritmo, mas ainda não vimos aquelas alterações para fazer os estragos a sério. Ali a Esteban, há vida para baixo e é um bom ritmo, mas não provocou assim grande estrago, a não ser a queda da Zvakova. Maria Gomes já tinha sofrido ali para entrar e depois acabou por pagar a fatura. Ainda se vão aqui revezando, a chegada aqui à portagem vai se tornar bastante interessante.
So I believe we're coming up to our first portage. Just check in with my staff before I told everyone outside.
Ivan, I was not confirming, you know.
Oh, okay.
It should be
So it's
the
still
opposite.
So it's still on me.
It's still on me. Confirm.
Group of 6. Probably more comfortable going upstream than downstream in a group of 6, but coming in, it's Hostrup leading. Chepe this side of her, on the far side, Serafin.
E para quem está a seguir aqui, dentro em breve vamos ter a primeira portagem da categoria K1 Sub-23 feminino. Prestem atenção, estão a chegar aqui as atletas ao areal da portagem.
E aqui está a portuguesa Andreia Duarte. Vamos apoiar a atleta lusa.
Nicely away by the Dane. Picked a boat up by the front, worked her way back to the handle as she ran. Super efficient. Small gap opening up back to The Portuguese, 2 Hungarians and a Dane, just with a couple of lengths lead. Cautious entry into the boat. Denmark away first. It's going to get crowded. That was a good bailout from the Hungarian there, Serafin, I think.
Vamos Maria, vamos embora, Portugal.
She called it a day early. And away we go. Chepe sees a window of opportunity. She got Hostrup with her. They're the 2 strongest in the field. And this could be a break. Chepe motivated to get away from her teammate, it seems.
Depois da portagem, a húngara aqui a tentar quebrar o grupo, mas a Andreia está ali em esforços para que ela se consiga manter ali no grupo da frente.
3 boats away, chased down by Esteban and Hansen. Serafin, she got in her boat, it tipped over. She did really well to get out of it before it filled up totally with water. Emptied it out quickly, got back in, and that's the best result she could have had coming out that close to the group. Quick thinking, everyone has emergencies, but she responded to it incredibly well. But she has got some catching up to do. Elise Montagna running through the portage in front of us did a great job on the first lap and a half to stay with those leaders, but paying a little bit of a price for it now. The chase by Esteban.
Aqui vemos a portuguesa Andreia Duarte a liderar o segundo grupo com 2 embarcações. Está a tentar colar-se ao grupo da frente, mas depois da portagem, de facto, o grupo quebrou com 3 embarcações na frente e depois mais 2 em que está a Andreia Duarte e a atleta da Dinamarca, Hansen.
So Chepe, Hostrup and Esteban, they're away. The chase pair is Duarte and Hansen, and on her own just behind them is Serafin, and I think that gap's opening up. So front group down to 3. Whether Duarte has the power to close that gap, it doesn't look likely at the moment. 3 away. Hungary, Denmark and Spain.
Temos agora cerca de 30 metros a separar a portuguesa do grupo da frente. É a Andreia Duarte que lidera o grupo perseguidor com 2 embarcações.
Hostrup takes the lead in that front group, motivated to press on. That is fairly high speed. She's seen a chance to make a break from her teammate in the same way Chepe did when her teammate had the incident at the Portage. There's always 2 races within these races. There's a race between you and the rest of Europe, and there's the race between you and your mate. And those things play out over and over again, and however much you try not to be involved with your teammate, there's always that tension and desire to be ahead of your teammate. So Hostrup runs for it now, out to that top turn. And the chase pair, definitely, Duarte has not given that up. Gap staying around that 30-40 meters. There's Serafin, bottom right of the screen. That's a tough place to be.
Da frente de prova, então, tudo na mesma. A espanhola ocupar a posição 2, Esteban. A húngara segue ali em terceiro lugar e a nossa portuguesa Andreia Duarte na posição 4, a 10 segundos da líder.
Still going to have to work to keep that gap open at the front. Still around 30, 40 meters. But Portuguese not getting a lot of help, I don't think, back there from Denmark. I think it's all Portugal, the attempt to close the gap. And there comes a time when you've had enough of that. So Chepe, Hostrup and Esteban away and clear. But the gap not growing.
A nossa Andreia a tentar impor-se ali naquele grupo em que segue a dinamarquesa e a húngara.
Mas sem a colaboração da Sophie Hansen da Dinamarca é difícil, até um trabalho solitário, a levar ali a atleta da Dinamarca na onda. Devia haver aqui uma colaboração para conseguirem chegar ao grupo da frente, assim vai ser em glória. A Andreia a gastar demasiada energia quando ainda leva alguém atrás. Vimos ontem o que aconteceu com a Maria Rei, trabalhou muito para chegar ao grupo da frente com aquela atleta na onda dela e no final, ao chegar aqui à Portagem, quando sentiu que tinha força para fugir, foi-se embora, deixou a Maria Rei para trás e chegou ao grupo da frente. Aqui a Andreia a assumir as despesas de prova completamente sozinha, a outra atleta dinamarquesa ali sentadinha na onda, a não colaborar, assim vai ser difícil lá chegar. E quando há um ataque na frente,
Duarte really needs some help with this, and she's getting none at all. Even if, just for 1 minute, she could get a break, she could have another pop at it. But as it is, she's just only managing to match the speed of the group in front, and she's doing it all alone. We saw yesterday on the short course, didn't we? Portuguese did all the catching and then Denmark just leapt across to the front group at the last minute. And yeah, you wonder whether Denmark's seen that, and it's a different athlete, obviously, but you know, thinking the same thing. Let the Portuguese wear herself out. I'll close the last little bit, but the gap isn't closing enough to make that final jump. And unless she helps out, it's not going to.
But if they work together, it would be easier, because in the leading group they are working together. Now you had Sepe for a long time, and now you have Ostrop again, so they are changing positions and keeping the pace. So
Duarte's doing a great job to keep the gap the same, and it is the same still, but there's only so much time you can do that for, I think. I don't know, is she closing?
Looks like
in this
angle, let's
this
check.
camera
It's so
with the
difficult
drone.
with the camera, isn't it? But she's certainly not getting any help at all.
This, well, we agree with you. Let's check in the GPS system.
About
It's around
30
30
meters, yeah.
30 meters.
But Hansen looks comfortable. You know, sometimes the athlete is just riding the wash, and you look at it. Okay, it doesn't have much more to give, but it's not what it seems now.
Esteban goes. She doesn't want the gap to get smaller, I'm sure.
Então a
But just
espanhola
at that point, you know, the Dane could help out. She could help.
Esteban, former bronze medalist in the kayak double in the junior category here in Ponte de Lima in the World Championships in 2022.
This looks like it's turned into one of her favorite courses then.
Yeah. Prova que contou com a participação na altura da Beatriz Caldas e da Bárbara Costa, terminaram no 12º lugar, e também da Gabriela Reis e da Beatriz Oliveira, que não terminaram. Então estamos aqui a falar que a Alba Esteban, que está aqui a liderar o grupo da frente, conquistou a medalha de bronze no Mundial de Ponte Lima, aqui em 2022. Fez tripulação com Lídia Sornosa e ficaram atrás das húngaras e da equipa da África do Sul, com Saskia Oakley, que a vimos competir o ano passado na Madeira, no Campeonato do Mundo. Se não ganhou, ficou em segundo. A Saskia Oakley. Pelo menos ganhou o K2 misto, o SS2 misto.
O Orlando que vai aqui acompanhando as provas internacionais de mar, aqui também a aportar estes resultados a que assistiu no ano passado.
E temos aí um grande adversário do Bernardo Pereira, o Pierre Vilela. Ontem vimos aí a competir na prova curta, ele vai fazer o K2. Quando o Bernardo Pereira faz medalha de bronze, a primeira medalha foi quando o Pierre Vilela foi campeão da Europa de sub-23. Portanto, há aqui... Primeira medalha sub-23, claro, o Bernardo Pereira. Foi medalhado também nos Júniores. Portanto, há aqui um dos grandes adversários do Bernardo Pereira, que está em grande este ano. Ficou em segundo lugar da geral no Euro Challenge em Vila Joiosa, atrás do campeão do mundo, do alemão. Portanto, e mandamos aqui um abraço para a Madeira e em especial para o Bernardo Pereira, que continua a fazer uma excelente preparação rumo aos objetivos desta época, Campeonato do Mundo de Canoe Ocean Race na África do Sul. Portanto, é a casa dos grandes especialistas. Já há 2 anos foi à Austrália, este ano vai à África do Sul.
So round the bottom turn, go that lead 3. The gap is opening up now. It was just too much to ask for one athlete to close that gap by herself.
Orlando, conheci mais um elemento da família do Bernardo, a irmã, na última prova realizada em Montemor. Ela estava lá como árbitro de canoagem.
E eu conhecia na Madeira, o ano passado. Ela também faz a parte de protocolo e faz muito bem. Muito novinha, mas muito responsável, muito certinha. Ali a fazer um excelente trabalho na parte do protocolo na Madeira.
Chepe leads. Hostrup to her right, Esteban to her left. There's the chase duo. Well, chase 1 and 1 passenger. This is from Kosovo.
Atleta Decane from Kosovo, é a atleta do Kosovo, atleta Decane, ali ligeiramente mais atrasada, mas é importante a participação destes países que acabam por não ter a tradição de outros. É muito importante que estejam presentes e que estejam cá para participar, que é sempre o início depois de uma jornada de entrada no mundo competitivo.
De novo, a Andreia nas imagens.
So both the Danes come from the same training group in Denmark, working under Christian Grau. He's been around the marathon scene for a long time and does a great job preparing his athletes. Says they're both tactically wise, which we've seen already this weekend. He doesn't mention whether they're friends or not. But he's still typing the next message, so yeah, I suspect we'll get a bit more information in a moment.
Good sources that you have, Ivan.
We have all the sources.
The time.
Apparently they're great friends. As if a man would have any idea what girls are actually thinking. So you believe, Christian, that they're great friends. That's what you mean. They've raced K2 in the past. But here they're racing K1 and they're most definitely racing each other. There was no love lost when Hostrup turned round, saw that Hansen was behind and started leading the group at a high pace.
Orlando, e aqui o público também vai apoiando a atleta do Kosovo à passagem na portagem.
Está prestes a ser ultrapassada pelo grupo da frente, mas não é por isso que deixa de ser incentivada para cumprir o seu objetivo, que é fazer os quilómetros desta competição, portanto, que são 22 quilómetros e 60 e 600 metros para cumprir. E a atleta do Kosovo, para já, a dar conta do recado.
Portage number 2.
Segunda portagem para o grupo da frente. O top 3 cá está a carimbar a segunda passagem por terra.
They're pretty good. Hostrup looks to be the fastest on the land. She's caught up, but nowhere to go, so she's going to have to back off a little bit before they get in the water.
Andréa Duarte em esforço, ela que tem feito o trabalho todo. Temos ali o treinador a dar as suas indicações à atleta nacional.
É o Rui Romão.
É o Rui Romão a dizer para não dar tudo até arrebentar, obviamente. Dá tudo na prova, mas
Hansen,
sabendo
Duarte,
controlar.
they're together.
Cá está a Andréa de novo.
Oh, come on, Hansen, you can't beat a paddle across her chest. She's just giving you a lift for the last lap.
Aquilo não estavam a entender de todo ali à saída da portagem. Pagaia com pagaia, aquilo parecia quase uma cruzada.
A Hansen chega depois e ainda põe a pagaia em cima da Andréa Duarte. Depois era o que o Ivan estava a dizer, depois dires à boleia uma volta inteira, ainda chegas aqui à portagem, ainda lhe pôs a pagaia em cima para ganhar balanço. Um bocado falta de fair play aqui que acabámos de assistir. Sepe não está satisfeita porque a Esteban não trabalhou, volta a ir para a frente a atleta da Hungria, foi isso que a linguagem corporal nos permitiu entender. Maria Rego Gomes aqui a passar a ser apoiada pela Rita Ramalho.
Sim.
Svakova and Gomez just through the portage in front of us. Here's your lead 3 catching up to the tail ender from Kosovo. And that little coming together at the portage exit cost Hansen and Duarte a good 20 meters. Next group coming through, Foray, Brooks, Rodriguez and Richter. Hansen now doing a little bit of the leading. So Dikani lapped, little graphic there explaining that. Through goes Esteban. 2 portages done, 3 to go. Candela running through the portage in front of us from Italy. Ireland, Great Britain and Germany all coming in together at the end of the portage there. Elise Montagna just struggling to keep up on the running section. Away goes the German. Fink away. Ireland away. And Elise just managing, yes, to keep in contact with the tail end of the Irish boat of Glennon. Meanwhile, up at the top turn, it's the top three. Just coming up to the hour mark, 10k to go. Nielsen and O'Halloran through together.
Numa altura em que está decorrida 1 hora desde que arrancou a competição no K1 feminino na categoria sub-23.
Vamos ter uma prova com um pouco menos de 2 horas. O tempo feito aqui em 2022 foi 1h49:30, portanto, aí dentro de 1h50 será o tempo das vencedoras. Obviamente das vencedoras, depois cá para baixo vamos chegar, até vamos passar eventualmente das 2 horas de competição. Mas já estamos com 1 hora cumprida, como a Carla disse bem. Já passámos de mais de metade da prova, faltam 9,9 km, 12 km já cumpridos, 12 km e 700 metros cumpridos. Faltam menos de 10 para o final.
So Nielsen and O'Halloran working together towards the back of the field, but still going strong. There's the graphic of who's where. Esteban, Chepe and Duarte, that front three. Then Hansen and... Oh, no. No, hang on, we're missing someone. I messed up. Hostrup, Esteban and Chepe, Duarte and Hansen. Then Zerafin, Zvikova, Foray, Rodriguez, Brooks, Richter. Gomez falling right back through the field now, I think, unless her track has stopped. There's the leaders.
Vai ser a hora de aplicarmos aqui os bonés que gentilmente nos fizeram chegar depois de verificarem as dificuldades com que estávamos ontem. Ivan,
the caps are going on all of a sudden. It's the time of day. The sun drops just below our window, and we are all super grateful to Charlotte Creamer. You should see us in here. We're like a baseball team.
E este é então o grupo da frente, continua a entender-se bem, a trocar onda e a dividir o esforço. Aqui está, não é a líder, é a Ostrup, não é a Esteban, como está no gráfico. A Ostrup é que está na frente, a Esteban está à esquerda e a Sepe à direita. Atrás, finalmente, Hansen foi para a frente da portagem até ali à rondagem, mas entretanto temos outra vez a Andrea Duarte a liderar o grupo perseguidor. Nova troca na frente, Sepe vai dar onda, Esteban do lado esquerdo e a dinamarquesa Ostrup a cair na onda ali do lado direito.
Orlando, isto aqui por vezes esquecemos do delay que há entre o sistema GPS e o que nos surge aqui, portanto, provavelmente é isso aqui a explicar esta diferença nos gráficos que vemos projetados no sistema GPS.
Sim, claro, mas este sistema era impensável aqui há uns anos atrás podermos acompanhar quase ao vivo aqui no computador quando não temos o ângulo de visão, se bem que agora temos ângulo de visão na prova toda. Portanto, isto é
sim, com os drones,
muito...
tudo é praticamente...
E com qualidade.
Sim.
Big group just about to lap the Kosovan. It's going to be Foray, Rodriguez, Gova, Richter, and just off the back of that, Brooks on our own currently. Just in front of that group, though, was Serafin on her own. They can see her now, and I'm sure they'll be intending to close her down. This is the leaders, though, and no one's closing these three down.
Sim, é verdade que já há aqui mais 100 metros a separar este grupo de 3 embarcações que está na frente do segundo grupo, onde está a portuguesa Andreia Duarte.
Ostrip, a little stop there, a little pause to grab hold of the drink. They'll have either drink in the boat, round their neck, either handed to them at the portage or taken with them when they left.
E estas atletas estão aqui na frente, são muito experientes. Deixa-me dizer-te que eventos em campeonatos da Europa e do mundo só de maratona, atenção, a Ostrup tem 21 maratonas cumpridas, entre K1 e K2, entre sénior e sub-23, portanto...
Isto diz tudo, não é?
Sim, e era o que estávamos a comentar, estava o Ivan a dizer ontem, que no tempo dele, tu para ganhares 6 medalhas tinhas de ter uma carreira longuíssima, porque os campeonatos eram de 2 em 2 anos, não havia campeonatos da Europa. Hoje em dia a carga de treino e a quantidade de competições que existem também permitem que os atletas consigam fazer um currículo...
invejável nos medalheiros,
sim, portanto, no caso da dinamarquesa, a primeira participação dela é em 2019 no Europeu de decisive em França. Acaba por conquistar a primeira medalha em Silkeborg 3 anos depois, já na categoria de sub-23. Ela faz a estreia em junho, onde termina no 4º lugar. 4 anos depois, em sub-23, alcança a primeira medalha, uma medalha de prata, e depois vem fazendo excelentes resultados, até que o ano passado culminou com o título europeu na categoria de sub-23 em Poznan, na Polónia, onde venceu, obviamente, para ganhar o título. Depois, no Mundial em Metkovic, acabaria por terminar no 3º lugar, mas numa chegada em que chegaram praticamente todas juntas. Chegou a Pana 5, a Pana Sepe, ambas da Hungria, eles depois fizeram o K2 também, e a Pernil Ostrup da Dinamarca. Mas são currículos invejáveis que estas ainda jovens atletas, sub-23, têm.
So the lead keeps changing in this front group, and you can tell by the way the lead changes how the leader drops around the back of the new leader, that basically this group's working together just to cover ground at the moment, to stay ahead of the people behind them. There's no animosity yet, nobody's holding anyone else off, and it's a very friendly journey round to the next portage after this bottom turn. That will change, of course, at some point when someone fancies their chances of making a break, but for now this is a group that's on a journey together.
A solid group on the front of the race.
Hostrup also racing K1 tomorrow in the senior women's, and that's a high stakes race for her because she's fighting for a place at the World Games against her teammate there. So high stakes throughout the weekend for her. That's going to be a lot of racing this weekend.
Who she will be racing against?
She is racing against...
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Anne Winter and Sophie Winter tomorrow in the K1. So she's pretty tough. Tougher than me by quite a long way. I would have needed a few cakes by now.
Let me shake your box.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, we got some left.
I can't buy. I can't eat more. I will be rolling on Sunday.
Is that a problem?
No. Yes, obviously.
The chase duo. They can still see that lead group. It's 150 meters now, though. Remember, a couple of laps ago, or a lap ago, it was just 30 meters at one point. Although our beautiful hats have gone on, our beautiful new sweatshirts are going to have to come off shortly because it's warming up in commentary. The sun comes round in the afternoon. But I've noticed that if I stick my feet right out, I can get a foot tan. I could go home with a classic foot tan. It's only just my feet. So it might look like I just stood somewhere muddy, but
E para quem nos começou a acompanhar agora, temos um grupo da frente constituído por uma atleta da Hungria, uma de Espanha e uma da Dinamarca. Depois temos a portuguesa Ana Duarte, que...
E a Andreia.
Desculpa,
Duarte.
Andreia Duarte, que se tem fartado de trabalhar aqui no grupo perseguidor, porque a Sophie Hansen da Dinamarca pouco ou nada trabalhou, aqui na portagem até atrapalhou, depois deu um bocadito de onda até à rondagem lá em cima, mas à vinda para baixo tem sido tudo, aqui está, tem sido tudo despesas assumidas pela Andreia, está praticamente a dar onda a 3/4 de volta.
Andreia, que não tem uma tarefa fácil, ela é a única atleta feminina ali no Clube Canoagem de Ovar, também tem um papel ativo no treino dos restantes atletas, a par do seu treinador, o Rui Romão, e é assim que está aqui a tratar neste ano 2025, aqui a dedicar-se mais à canoagem.
Mas a andar muito bem mesmo. Aliás, ela perde a onda numa situação que ali de portagem, digamos assim. Houve aqui o ataque, a chegada à portagem, depois atrasou-se um pouco logo na primeira. São coisas que acontecem, mas está a dar bem conta do recado. Temos imagens da Maria Rego Gomes, está aqui num grupo perseguidor, 390 metros atrás das líderes. Ligeira vantagem para a Zerafin da Hungria em relação àquele grupo perseguidor. Este é o grupo da frente. Sepe da Hungria a dar onda na frente. Ela que...
coming in for Portage number 3. 3 of 5. Lead group away. Chase pair. Serafin on her own. We saw her moments ago, and she's being closed down by the group behind her, which no longer includes Katie Brooks and maybe no longer includes Svakova. They were both just dangling off the back of that group. Here we come, Portage number 3. We haven't seen any mistakes from these three, and we haven't seen any this time either. Drinks bags come off. The biggest crime you can commit is to drop your drinks bag in the river, and that's a penalty. We haven't seen any penalties so far. All three through the drinks lane. All three out together. Does look like Chepe just about has the edge.
Problems for Esteban.
Esteban just went a bit deep maybe, but they're all away together.
Some water in the kayak, for sure.
Chepe having a little pop at that.
E agora a nossa Andreia Duarte na portagem. Atenção, vamos apoiar a atleta lusa que vai aqui passar na zona de abastecimento. Ali está o seu treinador, o Rui Romão, dar-lhe algumas instruções.
Duarte getting something to eat there. Seems...
É precisar de energia, comer ali
maybe it's an
gel,
energy gel.
She needs energy, Ivan.
We all do. We all do. But who's feeding us with energy gels? Well, we got cake still. We're doing,
Yes.
we laugh in the face of an energy gel. We've got real cake.
Life is not fair for the athletes.
Ah, well, you know, they made their choices, we made ours.
Esteban a conseguir juntar-se ali ao grupo. Ele tinha tido uma atrapalhação no final da portagem. Tudo normal na frente.
Esperemos que isto não afete aqui a performance da espanhola, não é?
Vamos ver, pareceu-me que o barco meteu um bocado de água, mas entretanto recuperou. Param as duas. Só a Ostropek continua.
Okay, so now maybe the race begins.
Maria Rego aqui
People
a passar.
slowing down, people waiting, taking a drink, not leading so hard anymore.
Ali a Maria a passar na portagem sem necessidade de abastecer. Portanto, a atleta de Prado ali a prosseguir a sua participação neste europeu de maratona.
Svakova and Richter just losing contact maybe with the group they came in with. Katie Brooks has lost ground on that group. She's some 50, 60 meters behind and she's on her own. It's going to be a long journey from here for her, hoping that someone in the group in front cracks and she'll have some company. Coming through the drinks lane, being fed a gel. There is no dignified way of being fed a gel at a Portage. Good job there from Katie Williams. Feeding her the gel. Leaders halfway up to the turn already. No thanks. No. It's a stressful job, I think, being the Portage helper. The athletes tell you what they want, however unreasonable it is. You're kind of committed to feeding them whatever they chose to be fed. And if that happens to be a gel, how you get that in their mouth as they run past you, I've no idea. But that's what they want, that's what they get.
And it's never in a proper way, never. Should be like this, faster, not here. Always with the stress of the competition.
And always approaching the line at the end of the thing, running out of time as you get closer and closer to that line. So Montagna through with Glennon of Ireland, Fink of Germany, and Candela of Italy's here somewhere. There's the nose of Candela's boat. A little bit slow away. Great Britain and Ireland sort of holding each other up a little bit.
Agora a atleta do Kosovo aqui a passar na portagem.
Kosovo coming through the Portage along with Ireland and Sweden.
She's being leapt by the athlete from Ireland and Sweden, yeah.
She's on the talent program that the ECA and ICF are running, the girl from Kosovo, trying to introduce new nations, trying to introduce the sport to a wider proportion of the world. So Fink in the red boat. O'Glennon, sorry, not O'Glennon, Glennon. Was I stereotyping there?
Fink's finished in the 20th place in the short race yesterday.
And Montagna from Great Britain, so good over that first lap and a half. She's come on tremendously over the last 2 years. Moved up to Nottingham, training with the club up there, and has turned herself from really, from an average paddler into quite a good one now up there. It's been a transformation. Doing a great job.
That's good. Are they all in Nottingham, the national team? Or they?
Well, that's a big question. I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer it.
Okay, if you're not sure, don't answer. Otherwise, we'll get in trouble.
Lovely weather for the time of year, and no, the national squad is up at Nottingham, but also Nottingham kayak clubs, obviously, in Nottingham, and the athletes tend to choose where they want to train, and there's a really strong group at Nottingham Kayak Club, and an awful lot of the people who are racing here this weekend from Great Britain are based up there. A lot of them go to university because they know the clubs there. So Elise, I think, is one of those. She's at Nottingham University, I think. And yeah, it's been a really successful training group.
Okay.
James Russell, who we saw come second yesterday, he's up there also. There is Charlie Smith, who was in the short course as well. He's up there. None of them were born up there and grew up in that club, but they've graduated, gradually moved towards it, and they're doing a great job.
So it's a progress process.
Yeah, and yeah, our national team is getting happier now under new management, but it's been an unhappy place to be, and they were upset that their athletes were leaving to go and train with the guys from the club, and and that's all
It's
I'm
not
saying.
easy to manage sometimes.
We understand what you're saying, because we have the same situation
here.
in here. Yeah, it happens.
It's
and it's also important. It's for the athlete where he feels that is feels
best
good.
opportunities for them.
Yeah, it's good when they meet, but for a long time of the year, sometimes it's better to stay in a place where he or she likes to be.
Yeah.
E aqui está a Andrea Duarte, ainda em equipa com com a Hansen, que leva ali um nome diferente no barco.
She's put in a solid shift of work today. She's done a lot of work on her own. They are losing ground now on those front three. They're well ahead of the chase group, though.
Elas não foram muito cooperativas, cooperantes, aliás, as duas não trabalharam assim, eu diria que mais por culpa da dinamarquesa, mas não conseguiram ali trabalhar em equipa e o gap que as separa do grupo da frente é maior nesta altura.
E agora estão a passar mesmo aqui à nossa frente, esta imagem do drone, que estão na outra margem, do lado de lá.
Sim, quase 200 metros separam, elas estão ali, o grupo da frente, a passar sobre a ponte medieval e que este duo ali quase no início desta ilha que está em frente a nós.
So the leaders, as they close in on the last big lap, you can see that the motivation is different now. Chepe just taking stock of what she's got.
This could be danger for Esteban now.
I don't think anyone's motivated yet to make breaks.
So this will be the last long lap.
We got two more portages.
Two more portages, so they still have one.
So when we get back to, we just started the final big lap. There's definitely an attitude of conservation now rather than attack, and that will change again at some point. Maybe at the next portage somebody will have a go coming in or leaving that portage, but for now conservation is king.
5 kilometers to conclude the race, more or less, so it's a long distance. So
they've secured their medals, and I think they've established that now. They're safe from attack from behind. They don't have to work, and they're just going to cover the ground in the most efficient way they can now.
So help me out. We have lap 6 of 6. When they come here, it's one portage and then one short lap, or one portage, one long.
Finish the big lap and then the final portage.
Okay.
They've done 3. They've got 2 to go.
The reason why eventually they are managing the effort, and well,
it is confusing with the numbers though, because I think with the extra little bit of lap from the bridge to the back to here, that's designed specifically to confuse us.
Okay,
Yes, I think it
but
was.
if I'm home and I'm watching, I see lap 6 of 6.
Yeah.
So I don't get it.
It's
Marcos, I don't
So
get it.
their last big lap goes from where they are now to where they are now.
Okay.
And then they have a small lap at the end. So they're on the last big lap, but they've
Okay.
still got to do that whole lap before they then do a small lap.
Oh, okay.
So I'm with you though.
It's
We-
not
for simple
easy.
people like us, we need a more simple system.
I wish that Sunday I will be okay with this.
Yeah.
It's easier in the sprint. Huh?
Yeah.
9 lanes and they go. E este é então, agora brincadeiras à parte, estávamos aqui a entreter-nos um pouco, brincadeiras à parte, este é então o grupo da frente, neste momento não tem havido interesse em atacar para deixar ninguém por trás, as trocas de ondas têm sido bastante amigáveis, não é, Carla? Até parece quase que esperam uns pelos outros, mas basicamente estão a controlar-se. Quando no grupo perseguidor, finalmente, Hansen da Dinamarca vai para a frente dar uma ajuda à nossa Andrea Duarte, para ver se conseguem recuperar ali alguma da desvantagem que têm em relação ao grupo da frente e ganharam bastante, ganharam 50 metros agora nesta reta, estava com 180 metros de desvantagem, neste momento estão com 130, portanto conseguirem recuperar bastante, um pouco por culpa da diminuição do ritmo da frente.
Orlando, mas quando faltam 5 km para acabar, 5 km ainda é uma distância considerável, portanto elas estão ali a gerir a vantagem que têm face às suas adversárias.
Sim, mas
podem
quer dizer...
se dar ao luxo de estar a pagaiar este ritmo, não é?
Sim, temos visto que há provas que acabam por se decidir aqui nas últimas voltas ou a 2 portagens do final. É preferível controlar, manter a energia e depois fazer um ataque forte. É que se conseguires ganhar aqui 10 a 15 metros de vantagem, pode ser o suficiente para o adversário nunca conseguir subir, porque estão todos tão cansados, estão no limite, que aquela onda que as embarcações fazem acabam por impedir uma recuperação. Portanto, foi o que assistimos ontem na prova, se não estou em erro, da canoa júnior, em que a húngara deixou-se andar sempre no grupo e depois, já na fase final de prova, é que atacou e arrancou sozinha. Portanto, isto vai ser bastante interessante daqui para a frente. Quando elas passarem para cima, vão passar aqui à nossa frente para a penúltima portagem.
Exato.
Lá atrás conseguimos ver a Andrea Duarte novamente a dar onda. Portanto, aqui desde a ponte até um pouco antes da portagem, Hansen contribuiu um pouco para o esforço, mas assim que chegou à portagem, não à rondagem, assim que chegou à rondagem, parou logo de remar. E Andrea novamente aqui está a ter que ir para a frente, vai acabar completamente exausta a canoísta portuguesa. Se ela tivesse conseguido manter-se aqui neste grupo da frente, mas se estivesse no grupo da frente sendo 4 para 3 medalhas, se calhar a tática de prova seria completamente diferente por parte das 4. Enquanto não estivessem descansadas com os lugares de pódio, também não seria obviamente este ritmo.
So leaders approach their penultimate portage. Still fairly soft at the front there at the moment. We could see some action coming into the portage. Chase group of 2, quite a way behind, maybe 150, 160 meters. And then there's a group of 4 behind them, which includes Foray of France, Serafin of Hungary, Rodriguez of Spain, and Gomez of Portugal. But the medals are coming from these 3 for sure. No one's made a mistake on a portage yet, but the stress is ramping up. The fatigue is building up. And there we go. We're going to have a little flurry into this one.
Agora sim, ataque na frente.
There's definite motivation from Hostrup here. Chepe going with her. All coming to the right of the pillar. Esteban fighting to hang on in there. But this is big from Hostrup. There's most certainly a motivation to press on here.
Dinamarquesa então aqui a assumir a liderança antes da portagem.
It's the first time we've seen Hostrup free to run at the front. She's been behind on the others and catching up. This time she leads.
Esteban has to be quick getting into the water.
Getting in for sure. 2 or 3 lengths here could be expensive, but she is quick
Hostrup's going.
and she's away well. Hats off to Esteban. She made a very good job of that. And they all come out together and everything will calm down, I'm sure. So no damage done, no harm done. And now they start on what we would consider to be their last lap.
Yeah.
Agora a Andreia a correr na penúltima portagem. Vamos, Andreia.
Vamos lá,
Andreia
Andreia.
Duarte.
Ali a atrapalhação. Vamos lá, agora é importante que a Andreia na entrada não perca tempo. Era o que faltava, deixar agora que a Hansen, depois de tanto descansar na onda, conseguisse fugir na última volta. A Andreia obviamente vai estar muito mais cansada do que a adversária. E a adversária, entretanto, caiu. Vamos embora,
Andreia. Vamos, Andreia.
Ficou presa.
Hansen goes in. Duarte
É
has
isto,
an
é aproveitar.
opportunity. She was just stuck behind. It could have been a bigger gap. But she was stuck, unfortunately, behind Hansen as she went in. It'll be interesting to see what Duarte does there. There is no motivation at the front of this. This is all about the last portage and the last lap now.
Maria em dificuldade aqui, vai ter que fazer uma boa portagem para não perder o seu grupo. Vamos lá, Maria.
Ela vem agora ao abastecimento.
Forrest.
Vamos, Maria, vamos, Maria. Isso, isso.
And Gomez looking pretty tired. And Duarte makes a break on Hansen.
Agora com a ajuda da Rita Ramalho e deste gel vamos ter aqui milagres. Estou certa disso.
Pelo menos vai ajudar a recuperar as forças. Na frente temos as 3 e depois temos a Andreia.
This is the one chance Duarte
Andreia
has
Duarte.
of breaking this.
Ela aproveitou aquele... É isto, são os pequenos detalhes que depois fazem a diferença. Teve ali alguma atrapalhação que está a favorecer a atleta de Portugal. E vamos lá, Andreia.
It's a small gap at the moment, about 20 meters. Richter starts her portage. She seems to be pretty much on her own, about 100 meters to the front group behind her and 100 meters to Katie Brooks. Backwards, who's with Sofakova.
E agora a concluir a portagem, então, a atleta sueca Ella Richter.
Obviously, from the Swedish team, we're missing Melina Andersson this weekend. That might put a different picture on this race entirely.
Yes, a big name from Sweden.
She's quite strong.
Not that,
in the 5,000 and the 3.5.
she wouldn't be in, she's not under 23 anyway. I'm talking rubbish again. But hey, no one minds that.
We forgot that we get older.
Yeah. Oh, it's looking like Sofakova has had enough.
Yeah. Sofakova from Slovakia is out.
She did a really good job in those early laps. And now Katie Brooks finds herself on her own.
Sofakova, que foi 16ª no último Mundial, aqui a abandonar nesta penúltima portagem.
Away tidily. And Sofakova has had enough. Top group, around the top turn for the final time.
Isto, tanto estamos aqui a morrer de calor, agora isto parece que a temperatura abruptamente desceu. Não sei se sou eu que estou doente ou sentes o mesmo.
É mesmo assim, é. Isto, quando aparece o sol, um calor que não se pode, quando desaparece, fica logo fresco.
Agora a Alemanha.
Wow.
Que forte que ela é
German
aqui.
coming storming through on the portage. That's Fink from Germany, Montagna and Glennon, but the German definitely has intent of breaking away from those two. Just behind them, Nielsen and O'Halloran, and just behind them, and almost refusing to carry on, is Candela. There's arguments going on.
Again? I don't know.
There's an air of reluctance about the Italian there.
Beatrice Candela, former bronze medalist in the junior category last year in the European Championship.
There go our leaders on their way back to the bridge in front of us. It's obviously tough out there this afternoon. That's a couple of retirements we've had now. Candela is making her way back into the water though. And this is going to be some race over the last 3K.
Com a sensação que os homens às vezes são mais decididos nestas coisas. As mulheres deixam mais para a última portagem as decisões, pelo menos é o que estamos aqui a assistir nesta regata do K1 feminino sub-23. Nos homens eu julgo que eles não arriscam tanto e tentam decidir as coisas antes da portagem, bem antes.
Ou se calhar pensam menos, não é? Ao vai ao racha e as mulheres são mais sábias. Isto é tudo brincadeira.
São abordagens diferentes.
Sim,
vamos ver como é que resulta.
So Esteban, Chepe and Hostrup together. They've been together for a long time now. They gradually whittled the group down to just the three of them. They've just had pretty much just a journey of a lap, maybe a lap and a half. And the tension, at least their internal tension, once they get to this bridge, will start to rise by the minute. Very conscious of the other paddlers, wondering who's got what left. Esteban putting her paddles down for now. And these two back together again. Duarte didn't make the break stick. Hansen caught back up to her. So the leader's about a minute from the bridge now.
About 10 minutes to go. Now you have the duck in front of the leading group. Oh my God, this tragedy.
Look at the wash hanging though in that duck
the
group.
small
Nose
ducks.
to tail.
Yeah,
That is
the small ducks
yeah.
following their mother.
It was a smart option from the animals.
Hungary, Denmark and Spain. There's going to be a few stressed coaches loitering around the finish and portage area. Impossible to see just by looking at them who will be the potential winner. I think Esteban had the hardest ride over the first 2 laps. She had a lot of catching up to do. The other 2 have always been at the front.
Esteban, a former bronze medalist in the World Championship here in Ponte de Lima in 2022. She's now again in the leading group. She was not racing in the national team in 23 and 24, and now the return in 2025 and leading in the last lap. Alba Esteban.
Andreia Duarte tem aqui cerca de 200 metros a separar a atleta lusa do grupo da frente, da líder.
É uma distância que se manteve praticamente toda a corrida, depois de ter ficado ali em desvantagem.
Foi o grupo da frente, sim.
Sim, foi isto, entre os 130, 180, depois baixou para 130, 200 metros. Portanto, não houve assim grande alteração.
Quanto à Maria Rego Gomes, vemos aqui a surgir na nona posição.
Se ela perdeu aquele grupo onde seguiu 2 voltas, está ligeiramente atrasada em relação a esse grupo. Ainda preciso ter cuidado para não ser apanhada pela Richter da Suécia, que segue atrás dela. Ela, Richter, já foi medalha de bronze no K2 no Mundial de 2024 com a Melina Anderson, que estávamos a falar há pouco. Elas no Mundial de 2024 fizeram tripulação e conquistaram a medalha de bronze, portanto, uma atleta com...
Kosovan just through the portage. That'll be her second to last portage, I think. Be up around the top and a short lap for her. Your leaders, though, round the bottom turn for the final time. We could have a flurry out of the turn to see who can get the inside on the journey up to the portage, but Chepe seems pretty determined at this point to lead, I would think, to the finish. Duarte leading second Dane, Hansen. That's going to be an interesting finish also for 4th and 5th. Now the finish gets closer very rapidly from here. They'll break it into sections, the bridge, the portage, up to the turn and back from the turn. And I think Panna Chepe has already decided that she's not going to let anyone past from this point. It's going to come down to the portage, I think.
Esta é então a última rondagem antes da portagem. Depois da portagem, as atletas vão àquela boia mais perto, aquelas boias mais perto e voltam para terminar. Portanto, estamos com 1h42 de prova. Normalmente os tempos de prova das vencedoras andam na hora 48, a hora 50, portanto falta pouquíssimo para os momentos finais e decisivos desta competição do K1 Sub-23 feminino. Prova que durante muitos anos foi vencida pelas atletas da Hungria. Venceram de forma consecutiva entre 2014 e 2022, até que em 2023 em Vegen, Katerina Milova, em Slavonski Brod, Katerina Milova venceu pela República Checa, e o ano passado foi a Pernil Ostrup que venceu, e que temos aqui novamente no grupo da frente, também com a Panna Chepe, que o ano passado terminou no 3º lugar. E estamos a falar obviamente de campeonatos da Europa, porque depois a Chepe seria vice-campeã do mundo atrás da sua colega de equipa, a Panna 5 em Metkovic, com a Pernil Ostrup também a subir ao pódio. Portanto, qualquer uma destas pode vencer esta corrida. Alba Esteban, que não temos visto nestes últimos 2 anos a competir ao serviço da equipa nacional de Espanha. Portanto, quem competiu por Espanha no último Mundial foi a Célia Toledo, terminou no 13º lugar. Agora temos aqui a Alba Esteban no grupo da frente, também com capacidade, obviamente, para vencer. Vai ser muito, muito interessante esta fase final de prova.
Here goes Hostrup. It's an attack on Chepe. This is significant here. The winner of this knows they've got bragging rights, and it's going to be Hostrup, I think.
Começam a
Chepe
acelerar.
still having a go. It's not over yet. And now it is. So Hostrup puts herself in pole position. Esteban came up a little bit short on speed there, and I think we saw that coming. Hostrup looking strong. It's going to be all about the get-in at the Portage, I think. They're going to arrive here together. But just as with the last Portage, Hostrup has put herself at the front. She didn't do that for any of the previous ones. And you can be sure that Chepe did not let her pass there.
Ok, para quem nos está a seguir aqui, não está a olhar para a televisão, sorry Ivan, atenção que estamos na volta, quase na volta final desta K1 Sub-23 feminino. Temos um ataque na frente com Pernil Hostrup a atacar rumo a esta portagem. A partir de agora, muita atenção, dentro de sensivelmente 1 minuto e meio, elas estão aqui a correr para a última portagem antes do final.
É aqui que tudo deverá ser decidido, Orlando.
Sim, com certeza. Vai ser bastante interessante. Aqui está já a aproximar-se do pilar da ponte.
Hostrup has the luxury of knowing she can overtake if she falls behind. Chepe only has the option of getting in this after this Portage first, but it looks like it's Hostrup all the way to me at this point. Hostrup up and away. The Spaniard just a couple of lengths down. Hostrup running fast. She is the fastest runner, but Penne, Chepe staying with her. It's going to be pretty tense, this. The Spaniard is out of it for now, unless there's an error from one of these two. Chepe runs past. Both in the boat. But it's going to be... There was no contact. That was beautifully managed by both. Hostrup very, very patient there. She knows she can overtake though, but it's going to be super tense.
Yes, this time.
This is going to be potentially come down to the journey back from the turn, which we haven't seen a race like that yet this weekend. Hostrup, she did everything right except run long at the Portage. She could have run just another couple of strides and I think she would be ahead now.
E agora temos Andrea Duarte ao ataque aqui na portagem, com Anson a tentar sair antes. Tudo
vamos,
ok,
Andrea.
Saída limpa para Andrea Duarte, vamos lá.
Vamos, Andrea.
Última portagem para a atleta nacional, está esgotadíssima, tem feito uma prova irrepreensível, a dar tudo o que tem e o que não tem.
This is a brutal
Andrea,
battle.
vamos.
That was that's not deliberate.
É isso, Andrea.
She just lost control of her boat. She got too much water in there. It was good of her to stop and let the Portuguese climb over there. It was an unintentional trip. The water in the back of the boat. She just lost directional control. And away goes Duarte.
É isso, Andrea, vamos.
And I think that could be enough for a Portuguese 4th place. Here we go, though. The battle for 1st and 2nd.
E às vezes são estes...
round the turn and they're coming back.
These small details, Ivan, that can decide the positions on the race, looks like.
Chepe versus Hostrup. We've seen Hostrup overtake her once, and I think we're going to see a super close finish here. This is not over. Here we go. Hostrup goes. Chepe being inched back. Hostrup going straight past.
And she goes.
And that's the race right there. Hostrup takes Chepe with about 150 meters to go. And there's nothing that Chepe can do about that now. Hostrup just overpowered her. Her acceleration was good. And there might be a little attack by the end, but it will be futile. Hostrup's got this all the way to the finish. Game on. Hostrup just stretches it out. She's going to take the win. That was nicely done. Beautifully patient at the portage, which didn't go her way in the end. And it's Denmark from Hungary, followed by a brave performance from Esteban from Spain. She had a tough first couple of laps. She made the break to the medal position and just got caught for speed on the race into the portage. Good race from her.
A espanhola de parabéns, então, aqui conseguir arrecadar a medalha de bronze nesta participação em Ponte Lima.
Pretty happy with that.
Revalida o título
And
europeu.
here comes the real race for Portugal. We don't know where we are up there yet, but Portugal's still ahead at this stage.
But we have Maria Gomes here. Vamos embora, Maria. Última
Vamos.
portagem. Está quase, está quase.
Here it is on screen. It's Duarte has made the break stick.
Andrea Duarte vem para a melhor prestação de sempre de Portugal nesta categoria, a melhorar o quinto lugar de Maria Gomes em 2021 em Moscovo, um quinto lugar. Andrea Duarte não é pódio, mas é a melhor classificação de sempre para Portugal nesta categoria muito difícil da K1 Sub-23 feminino. Parabéns, Andrea, pelo esforço, por tudo aquilo que fez durante esta prova. Melhor resultado de sempre para as cores nacionais nesta categoria para Andrea Duarte, seguida da atleta da Dinamarca, Sophie Hansen.
Sophie Hansen just wrestling with her boat on that last portage. The fatigue got to her. Almost, well, she did trip Duarte on that portage unintentionally, and she just couldn't close the gap after the portage.
Atenção, Andrea. É isso, ela já saiu ali do percurso, porque mantêm-se em prova as restantes atletas. Uma prestação brilhante da atleta de Ovar.
Next to cross the line, Serafin from Hungary. She had that unfortunate portage where she just filled her boat up with water, had to empty out, and that was where she lost the front group. Followed closely by Foray from France. And then behind Foray is Rodriguez of Spain.
A bit of problems in the portage. Yeah.
Oh, that's Elise Montagne.
It was Moa Nilsson and Montagne that both fall. Montagne took a long time to recover.
Together, it often comes down to some fine margins over your teammates, and this is classic for Ireland.
É o cansaço.
Away goes the Swede, and the two Irish are going to be in and together, and there's probably a lot riding on this. Away they go, the two yellow boats, green shirts of Ireland. Elise Montagne, after that unfortunate slip at the entry to the portage, is going to finish fourth out of that group. Ireland versus Ireland. I think she made that break at the portage a couple of laps ago, and that stuck. Next across the line, I'll hand you back to the Portuguese commentators.
É a portuguesa Maria Gomes que vem para terminar a prova. Teve uma prova muito sofrida a Maria Rego Gomes, mas a nunca baixar os braços. E vamos lá, o vosso aplauso para a atleta nacional vai terminar no top 10, nono lugar para Maria Rego Gomes. Aqui está a chegada da atleta pradense, visivelmente exausta.
Mas ela foi depois recuperando. Eu acho que a vi mais cansada na portagem anterior. Parabéns, Maria, pela prestação neste europeu.
Uma prova dura. Hein?
Sweden's Richter just behind Gomes of Portugal. Gomes again, great over those first couple of laps. She was first off the start.
Hi guys, I'm here
for that.
with Pernil,
And then the race just
champion
gradually
from
worked
the
its way
K1
away from her.
women under 23. How was this regatta to you?
Really good. It's always very nice in Portugal to compete, so very nice.
Did you find anything more difficult during this race?
Yeah, the current is always difficult, and sometimes it's very shallow in the corner in the right side, so you have to watch out. And you can't be so many people in a group, so you have to be in the front when you go this way.
And what about the other competitors? What did you think about them?
I think they were very good. Yeah, especially the two I went with in the group. They were doing a great job and pulling really hard.
You did it too. And you're going to race again tomorrow. What are the expectations that you have?
Yeah, it's a really tough field, so I just want to stick as long as I can with the front group. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finished the interview just to see the Ireland versus Ireland battle across the line. Going to be tight, but it's O'Halloran just holding off Glennon on the line. And just behind them, Elise Montana. Superb first couple of laps. Just faded back, and then a little slip on the final portage just separated her from the group she was with. Great race from Elise Montana.
A britânica a terminar, quando vemos imagens deste espaço onde está a ser realizado o europeu de maratona em Ponte Lima.
Ainda temos algumas atletas na água, mas tudo compor-se agora para o início da prova de K1 sub-23 masculino com hora prevista 17h20, portanto daqui a sensivelmente 6 minutos.
Sim.
Vamos
Será a
ter...
última regata, não é? É isso, a última regata do dia, Orlando.
É a última do dia, sim. Vamos ter então a próxima competição, uma prova que vai ser muito, muito interessante, 26 km e 200 metros para cumprirem.
E aqui vamos ter aqui participações portuguesas por parte do João Santos e do João Sousa e do Francisco dos Santos, ambos atletas de Ponte Lima. Eles são daqueles candidatos também a um lugar no pódio. Portanto, depositamos aqui também interesse acrescido em acompanhar do início ao fim esta última regata do dia.
So a small lull now before we ramp it up again for the K1 men's under 23, which is our last race of the day. So some great performances in that one. Super impressed by Hostrup, who had such a turn of speed that there was nothing anyone else could do about it. Also impressed by Duarte from Portugal, who stuck at her job valiantly. Didn't get enough help to make it stick, but super impressed that she gave it a go. Coming across the line now, Candela from Italy. A brief moment where it looked like she might not continue the race, but she has and she'll feel better about herself for doing that. It's about 5 minutes until the men's under 23 K1 begins. And there's some big names in this one. Just a quick scan down the list, so I won't catch all the big names, but I'm seeing Philip Knudsen in there, Senad Selye in there, Pelli in there, Dos Santos, Harry Freeland, been going really well back in the UK. Joe Enoch, who was silver medalist in the K2 junior last year, he's made a good step up to under 23. So yeah, there's a lot to play for in this one. Sousa from Portugal as well. And two Spaniards who I'm not too familiar with, but we will check their form when they come up on screen. So there's your start line. Joe Enoch, Numela from Finland, Saksvik from Norway, Spree from Germany, Schultz from Belgium, Sousa from Portugal, Dos Santos from Portugal, Moretti from Denmark, Pelli from Hungary. Yehoda from Czech Republic, Selye, one of the big ones from Hungary, Donnellan from Ireland. Philip Knudsen, probably the favourite for this race, I would think. Harry Freeland might have something to say about that, though. Wiskowski from Poland, Catel from France, Fernandez from Spain, and Mensink from the Netherlands. There's more to come. Aliaga from Spain, Schwant from Germany, Tolind from the Netherlands, Biagini from Italy, Ferligioi, from Italy, Pereira from Belgium, and Pyriev from Independent Nation. What do we call that? AIN? Any help here from?
AIN, exactly.
What does it stand for, AIN? A Independent Nation.
Don't make me hard questions,
I don't know.
please.
Yeah, I'm making it up. The crowd thickening out on the bridge there, and this is going to be a hectic start for sure. There's a lot of power on a start line like that. There's quite a few boats. They are well spread at this event, though. That is a nice long start pontoon. There have been events where you cram together just a metre between you, and that is super stressful. Here. We've got a cake raider come into our commentary box, snuck in, pulled rank with a yellow shirt, and we've lost a cake.
E temos então tudo a postos para o início desta prova K1 Sub-23 masculino. O ano passado tivemos a presença no europeu, aliás no europeu não tivemos a presença de ninguém, por Portugal. Depois o Francisco Santos em recuperação de uma lesão na clavícula, se não estou em erro, acabaria no 4º lugar no Mundial, na vitória do Philip Knudsen. No europeu não participou, ele que tinha sido medalha de bronze no Mundial de Vegan em 2023, depois foi aquela desilusão da lesão que ele teve.
There we go. Numela next to Enoch. It's going to be pretty hectic getting to the front of this one. Centre of the field is kind of where the big guns are. Knudsen, Freeland in the very dark red boat there, just to the right of Knudsen, I think. Just holding off the group. Don't know what he could do with falling back onto that wave. Just holding off the people attacking from his right. Looks like he's not going to make it, but he will get squeezed onto the V, and that's fallen perfectly for Freeland. On the top of the screen, Enoch trying to get there as well. Freeland didn't fall back into the V, instead chose to come out to the outside. Enoch coming in fairly hectically from that left-hand side, but he's made it. So 2 British athletes, second washout either side of the leader, who unsurprisingly is Knudsen from Denmark. Pelly and Fernandez to his left and right.
Para já ainda o grupo muito compacto, o Francisco Santos
Attack on the
está
left-hand
no
side of the group.
11º
It's going to
lugar.
squeeze Enoch back into the second V. He'll happily take that, I would imagine. And it's all changing. There's Enoch, lovely wave there for Enoch. He's going to lose it as the V in front of him closes. He can make his way to the right, but he's not going to make that. He's chosen left instead, and he's going to stay on the inside of the turn. The Czech, Jehoda, in the blue vest. Dark red boat, remember, is Freeland. He's on the outside of the group. We've got Italy in there with Biagini.
Português Francisco Santos está ali do lado esquerdo, bem encostado à boia, a conseguir passar. Está muito alongado, passou desta penúltima boia e agora tudo a correr bem para o português Francisco Santos. Está ali no 4º lugar. Tudo ok.
Pelly, Knudsen, Fernandez, Souza, Cellier, Freeland.
Não. É o Souza, é o João.
João Sousa é que está aqui então no grupo da frente. Estávamos aqui a verificar a posição do atleta limiano que está ali no grupo da frente. Então o João Sousa, nesta altura, pelos dados do GPS, está na posição 3.
Contact on the Portuguese in the group from the black boat of Yehoda. It's hard to have this many in a group without contact, to be fair. Pelly leads in the boat with the red tip. To his left, Knudsen in the all-white boat. Fernandez of Spain in the black boat. And I think it's Cellier. No, it's not. It's Portuguese.
João
Souza.
Souza à esquerda.
Sousa.
Boat with the orange flash. Then Harry Freeland. Cellier to his left.
Pelly neste momento a liderar, ele que terminou na short race nos seniors ontem no 9º lugar.
There's more contact in that front group. Stretching it out here. There's all sorts of changes
Ali o atleta limiano segue ali em terceiro lugar. É fácil identificá-lo, Orlando, ali com a cabeleira ruiva. Sempre é uma boa nota para o identificar num grupo tão numeroso. Ali
Sim,
15 embarcações.
Que anda
ainda.
muito, muito bem. E o Francisco Souza é o que está do lado direito dele, não é? Do outro lado do barco preto.
Estar a analisar a contraluz, mas parece-me que,
Parece que sim, não
está
é?
aqui
Mas eles não têm
sim.
equipamento igual. O Francisco está com as mangas vermelhas.
O João está a competir de caveado.
João
Sousa
ali,
having a go through
ele sabe.
towards the left. He's squashing someone against that pillar. He's not going to be thanked for that, I'm sure. Just trying to get round Knudsen, and I think that's just a bit over ambitious. There's all sorts of contact. We've got a swimmer, it's Harry Freeland.
Freeland capsized from Great Britain.
But the Portuguese are here on the front group.
So Hungary, Denmark, Spain, Portugal, Great Britain, then Norway, then Hungary 2, then Italy, Czech Republic, Italy again, then Spain, then France.
Is this allowed?
There's more contact. There's contact all over the place. It's between the two Portuguese this time. Knudsen leads. Pelly to his left. Freeland, sad sight, emptying his boat. It just got too busy on that corner. And here's the lead group. It's going to be the Dane in sight first. So Denmark, from Spain, from Hungary, from Portugal, from Great Britain.
Please keep doing from Portugal, because we will leave you now for another.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Prize-giving ceremony. Please keep the things like this.
I'm still going. Hopefully for you, there'll be two Portuguese left. There's still one Great Britain left in this front group. It's young Joe Enoch, silver medalist in the Junior K2 last year. Cellier still in there, as is the Italian Biagini in the green boat. Just behind him from Norway, Saksvik. From Spain behind him, Aliaga. Yehoda behind him. And then the second Italian, Ferlijoy. I know I'm messing that name up, I can tell. And then on his own, Cattell from France. And then a gap back to Ireland, Poland, and Denmark too. With Moretti and Talind from Netherlands also in that group. So quite a lot of aggression, quite a lot of contact so far in this race. It should begin to calm down, although having said that, there seems to be another flurry up the front end with maybe Spain taking the lead now with Fernandez, Knudsen and Sousa Pelly making up that front four. So as all the groups go around the corner, we're looking at the group towards the back there, Belgium, Netherlands, Finland, Sweden. Is Sweden? No, that's Belgium again. Why Belgium wearing a yellow shirt? That's killing me. And then Harry Freeland back in his boat. He's going to try and pick his way through the crowd now. It's a different day than the one he thought he was going to have, but that's the job he's got now. His first target, Pereira from Belgium, and then the small group in front of him with Belgium, Finland, Netherlands, and Germany. So a little break as they go up to the top turn. I'm assuming there's maybe a problem with the camera up there for now. These things happen. I'll keep you informed as best I can through the track system. It still looks like Fernandez leads from Knudsen and Souza. Pelli making up that front four. Potentially a small gap back to Dos Santos, Sellier, Biagini. Here we go. We get the visuals back. Yeah, we've got that front group of 4, maybe 5, with Dos Santos still in there, Sellier still in there. So it's 6. It's come together again. There must have been a little flurry that split the group, but it's come back together again. Off the back of that group seems to be the Czech, Norwegian, and Italian. I also can't see Enoch. Yeah, he is. He's still just off the back of the group there. But it looks like he's on his own. He is on his own. Running out wide, that's him to the right of shot now, just trying to find the big rolling waves down the side of the course. Leading at the moment, Souza with a flash on his boat to match his hair. Nice touch there. So Portugal, Spain, Hungary, Portugal again, Spain again, Denmark and Italy. That's your front group. The chase behind coming from Satsvik of Norway. So chase 4, Saksvik, Furligoi, Yehoda and Enoch. These top 8 looking super strong though. There's still doubt over who wants what in that group. Nobody really wants to lead, but they also don't want to fall back through the group. And that's what happens if you end up with 3 or 4 going along side by side until someone gets fed up with it. Sellier wants something to say about it, squeezes the Spaniard back, and it comes back once again to Souza leading. Norway has closed the gap. That's the group of 4, top of shot. The Italian just moving out to hold them off. And away goes Pelli. Italian caught napping, and the Dane straight up into the gap that he left. That's Knudsen, eyes wide open. To Pelli from Fernandez, from Souza, from Sellier, Knudsen, Dos Santos. More contact in the back of the group. Italian has been bounced right through, out of the front group, and is now at the back of the back group. One of the big winners there seems to be Joe Enoch, who's made solid contact with the front group once again. But it's still changing every minute at the moment. It's tough when it's like this. You have to make predictions of who might go to the front, but you've got to cover it in case someone else goes. There's a lot of stress in a group like this. It's fallen well again for Enoch, though. He's moved up into the second V behind the black boat of the Spaniard. Nothing secure yet, though. Round comes Sellier again. It just won't settle. There's going to be more contact in that front V. Portuguese takes it. That's Sousa. Possibly from Dos Santos, his teammate. Out on the outside in the white cap. Saksvik just can't break into the comfort of the front group. Knudsen holds off an attack from Dos Santos. Dos Santos attacks his teammate and the lead changes again. And they're both going for the same lead V, but it's fallen for Sousa. Dos Santos has to settle back again. It's getting harder and harder for these boats off the back now. It's an unsettled group and it's tough out there. So Fernandez leads from the two Hungarians, one either side. Tucked in the back is Sousa from Portugal, and behind him is teammate Dos Santos. Contact again on the turn. This time it's Sousa that suffers. It's 4 away. Dos Santos round the outside, and Sousa with work to do. And down goes the speed again. Fernandez just reining it in. Little breather for the guys behind. Through goes Pelly. Fernandez holding off the attack on his outside from Sellier. Up comes Sousa on the outside. He's going to be held off by Knudsen. It's so stressful in there. Everyone is super nervous. Out comes Fernandez to hold that whole group of 4 off while Pelli takes the lead on the inside. Italy on the far right of your screen, hoping to make his way back to the group, but it's getting harder and harder. Saksvig back there. Enoch back there. Yehoda back there. Just picking up the pieces all the time, those guys. It's relentless. That chase for comfort. Italian in the green boat. Biagini. It's a big effort to get to the outside of the group and not a lot of rest when you get there. Pelli looking strong at the moment. So Pelli leading from Fernandez. Dos Santos tucked neatly in behind them. Sellier outside Fernandez. Knudsen outside Sellier. Here goes Knudsen. Not happy with that. Sellier gets squeezed out. Dos Santos very, very tidy up on the inside. And Sellier slots into the V. It's a big effort from Knudsen. Didn't improve his position too much, but did put some more stress into the back markers in the group. Fernandez very sharp at holding Knudsen off there. And round the outside again comes Sousa. It's a big group. There's a lot of strain at the back of that group. Quite tight to the bridge arch again. This time I think it's Sousa who's on the receiving end of that. Capelli leads from Fernandez, from Dos Santos, Knudsen, Selye, Aliaga and Souza at the back of the group. Then Norway and Italy. Enoch still just about in touch with that group with the second Italian and Yehuda, but it must be getting hard out there now. Saxvig on the outside of the group again closes the gap. Biagini in the green boat, still there. We've yet to have a Portage. The black boat of Enoch just at the bottom of your picture. You can see the nose of his boat and his paddles. It's an expensive game catching up. And back to some of the back marker shorts from Belgium there. Ireland, Denmark, Germany. That's Donnellan, Moretti and Spree just coming past us in commentary here. The group behind, Freeland making his way to the front of that. Just crushes in too soon on Mensink. But he is making his way forward. That's one group he's closed down. And the next group not too far in front. So Freeland making his way back into the race after his unfortunate swim on the first journey through that bridge. Things still unsettled at the front. Still Yehuda, Enoch and Furlijoy picking up pieces at the back there. You see the German. Spree, Donnellan, Moretti, and the next group, Talind, Freeland, Schwant and Mensink. Schultz just off the back now. So we move to some presentations.
To the 2025 Canoe Marathon European medalists.
it's not. It's 9 front group. The Italian bravely hanging on there. That's Aliaga at the back of that group, just hanging on. Through goes Pelly again with the red nose on his boat. It's so unsettled, this group. Up goes the speed, down goes the speed. It's change of pace all the time. Norwegian on the far left of the group. Saksvig. He's made hard work of it so far. And every turn of pace in this group stretches or shrinks the gap back to that chase group on the right hand side of your screen. But it's an expensive way of traveling, and if that second group can be more efficient, you can see the confusion in that group. Nobody wants to back off. None of them really want to lead either. It's just you have to force yourself to the front so that you don't end up at the back. My co-commentators are returning. They haven't missed much. We've still got 2 from Portugal in the front group. Spain, fast as into that front lead V. It's the Italians still suffering at the back. Change of direction for Dos Santos as he comes towards the right-hand side of the group. Perhaps thinking he can close in on the Spaniard. Just trying to bury themselves into the middle of the group. Those edges are tough. So Saksvig leads. Finally, he gets comfort at the front of the group. Souza, not sure what happened to him there. Just a little stop, a little blip, but he's back on track again as they head towards the bridge.
It's our ginger, Ivan.
I know, he's matched that to the flash on his grey boat. So he's got a nice orange flash on the boat, nice orange hair. It's going well. He's thought about it, and I like that. It's not all about results and racing. There's photos as well. But he is making hard work of it. He's been on the outside of that group for a long, long time.
And in this front group, we have the 2 Portugueses,
yeah,
right?
Dos Santos and Souza.
Glad to know.
Here goes Souza. He's having a little attack on the left side. Cellier will move out to his left to defend his position. Knudsen moves out to his left to defend from Cellier. A gap opens up for the Spaniard and he's straight into it. Attack over. Knudsen moves back. The Spaniard has to move back into the V and everything returns to exactly how it was before all that happened. Every little flurry has a cost. But for Souza, he needs to change that position. He knows it. He can't stay there forever. But there is a space behind the Spaniard. There's a nice V in the centre line of the group. The centre line's always the best line to be in. And there, behind the Spaniard, Fernandez, there's a beautiful V open. And I don't know, if I was Souza, I would have seen that V a while ago. Just to bury myself deeper in the group. But he seems happy on the outside. I don't know. People are different, I guess.
Let's wait a little more to check how is...
It's just a V-wash begging, going begging behind the Spaniard. Now the Italian drops into it. So that door has closed. Souza still on the outside of the group. Saksvig leads. Knudsen. Aliaga from Spain. Fernandez from Spain. They're the 2 black boats in the group. 2 Spaniards. The bow of Cellier's boat there, the white boat.
Saskvi for Norway still leading. He finished 6th last year in European Championship in the under 23, and they also raced in the
again.
doubles.
Sellier again moves left to defend from Souza. Again, Knudsen moves left to defend from Sellier. This time he's going all the way to the front. Saksvig falls back into the V. He's going to be fought for that by the Spaniard. Spaniard sensing a little bit of hesitancy from the Norwegian, but it's all over. Door's been closed. Round the outside comes, I'm not sure, Dos Santos. Round the outside of the Spaniard. Good move from Dos Santos. Finally gets himself into that front four.
É o Francisco e eu fico feliz que o Ivan consiga de facto aqui fazer comentários. Eu aqui a contraluz não consigo identificar quase ninguém.
Pelli at the back of the group suffering slightly now along with the Italian. Group being stretched by Knudsen at the front. Dos Santos to his right, Sellier to his left. Aliaga, the Spaniard, in the V. He's got the best of it at the moment. Through comes Pelli on the outside. This is going to change everything again. Souza moving left to hold him off. Souza's not going to make that stick though. Pelli's going straight past him and he's going to cut in. Souza squeezed in onto the Spaniard. He might pick up, he will pick up a good wash. Finally, Pelli done Souza a favour there. Coming round his outside. The jump to the front past Sellier was a step too far for Pelli. And he's settling for the second washout for now.
Philip Knudsen from Denmark is the current European and world champion in the under 23 category. He is also European champion, senior European champion in the doubles. He teamed up with Soren Maretti and was the winner of last year's race in the doubles against Quentin Urbain from and Jeremy Candy from France and Miguel Lorenz and Alberto Plaza. That was in Poznan in the July 2024. He's still, now he's not leading. This is the second group.
Knudsen taking that lead group very close to the edge. There was no room for anyone on his right-hand side. De Souza's had to fall back behind him. You can see that now. Sellier to the left of Knudsen. Pelli to the left of Sellier. Souza on the outside of Pelli again. The front, or the first V available, filled by the Spaniard Aliaga, and Fernandez just behind him. Still at the back of the group, still hanging on is Biagini, Saksvig in the hat. Just can't quite manage the change of pace. Knudsen, a good portager. There's no doubt that he will come out of this well. That's probably true of Dos Santos as well.
You can now see them.
Souza having quite a fight on the outside there. Knudsen going to lead them in ahead of Hungary and Portugal. Dos Santos and Sellier, Spaniard in the V. Italian losing touch with this group now. It's going to be tough for him. Pelli coming in from the outside. Super quick up and away from Knudsen. Sellier, Pelli, Dos Santos. The two Spaniards running together in the black boats. Souza at the back of your picture there with the orange flash on his boat. A little empty out. Those boats so well designed for that. The two Spaniards in trouble. One's dropped his boat. I think that is Fernandez dropped his boat there, and no sign of the Italian. There he is in the green boat at the back. Away goes Pelli. No, it wasn't Pelli, it was Knudsen. Pelli just behind him.
Best Portage Portager
Yehuda,
was João Sousa for sure.
Enoch Cattell and Furlijoli.
He's very strong on the portages.
He was able to recover into the front.
Oh,
Problems
we've
for
got
the
a
Italian.
swimmer. That's the last we'll see of Biagini in the front group. To be fair, we watched the portage practice going on from all the Italians over lunchtime, and it was chaotic at best. So there were more swimmers, there were more swims than successes over lunchtime. I think that was their seniors as well, not just the under-23s. Group, Cellier leading now.
Cellier is a former junior world champion in 2021.
Portuguese came out of that portage very, very tidily. Dos Santos on the lead there, and Sousa finally tucked inside a bit of safety in the group. He's been on the outside for so long. But no one leaving room on their inside. Cellier not happy to have anyone on his right-hand side. Harry Freeland running through the portage. Charlie Smith giving him his drinks bag. And Harry moving up through the field steadily. Now in 15th place. It's a big jump now to the group in front. But that group contains...
Another one.
No.
Time.
Not sure who we're looking at there. I think it's Mensik from Netherlands made the mistake there. No mistake from these 8 though. They all negotiated the portage well. And Saksvig's still there. So from the front, we're looking at Hungary, Denmark, Portugal, Hungary, Portugal, Spain, Spain, and Norway.
O Ivan então a identificar as nacionalidades presentes neste grupo da frente, com 8 embarcações. É lá que estão os 2 portugueses, 2 limianos, que estão a representar Portugal nesta última regata do dia, a competição no K1 Sénior no escalão sub-23.
So Germany and the Netherlands together there. That's Spree and Mensik. Mensik, who took that little swim at the portage. Harry Freeland, the one travelling at speed, just in the distance there. The next gap he's got to close is a big one. It's about 250 metres. Ahead of him is Cattell of France, Biagini of Italy. Belgium and Germany towards the back. That's Schultz and Schwantz. And Saksvig just dangling off the back of that group, going round the top turn. He's losing ground. The leader's coming out the turn. Saksvig still on the turn. One more buoy to negotiate, and he's going to lose a little more ground as he comes out. It's tough in that group. It's been relentless. The changing, constant changing of the group takes its toll eventually. Pelli leads from Knudsen. Sousa, Yehuda. No, hang on a minute, not Yehuda. Pelli, Sousa, Knudsen, Aliaga, Dos Santos, Cellier and Fernandez, with Saksvig just off the back of the group. Again, he tries coming up the right-hand side. Again, on the left-hand side, an attack, this time from Spain. Souza, with the red hair there, moves forward one place to hold off the Spaniard. Pelly leads. Cellier coming round Knudsen, who drops into the V, taking out the Spaniard. No, taking out Dos Santos, sorry. Dos Santos pinballed back 1V behind the Spaniard. Souza still on the outside of the group. Saxvig still on the outside of on the other side. Those two have had hard work. Souza tries to go around the Spaniard. Settles for a moment. Cellier rather moves right to protect from Saxvig. Again with another flurry. Pelly holds off the Spaniard. Second group closing in. About 30 meters the difference back to this group. And that constant change of pace in the front group beginning maybe to take a little toll.
Orlando, vamos aqui trazer alguma informação sobre os nossos atletas portugueses em termos internacionais?
Vamos a isso. Tu ou eu?
Vamos lá.
Ok, peço
Essa
desculpa.
tua base de dados infindável,
peço desculpa.
com excelentes notícias para todos os presentes, sempre aqui a enriquecer o nosso conhecimento da modalidade. Força,
Não, o Francisco Souza, na maratona, tem o resultado melhor que ele teve até hoje. É a medalha de bronze no Campeonato do Mundo em 2023, depois no mesmo ano em Slavonski Brod, na Croácia, no Europeu, ter terminado no 4º lugar. Uma chegada ao sprint por uma diferença mínima de meio segundo, ficou no 4º lugar atrás do Joaquim Iglesias de Espanha. Depois no Mundial, como eu disse há pouco, terminou no 3º lugar, atrás do irlandês Ronan Foley e do Philip Knudsen da Dinamarca, que está aqui também no grupo da frente. No Europeu, devido a uma lesão que o Francisco teve, não conseguiu competir no ano passado, mas foi depois ao Mundial onde terminou no 4º lugar, precisamente atrás do Knudsen, do sul-africano Ulvard Hart, que competiu na Madeira este ano, no Mundial do Ocean Race, e do Alan Pelly, que também está aqui, do húngaro Alan Pelly, que foi medalha de bronze o ano passado, também está aqui neste grupo da frente, do Francisco Santos. Isto na maratona, obviamente.
Who closes the gap to that front group? Somebody we haven't even spoken about yet was Kowski of Poland. Yehoda. Enoch back in there again, as is the Italian. Enoch making a run for the V. He's seen it and he's got it. Brilliant from him. He used the ride to get up there and then made the jump to the best of the washes available, but still the lead changes over and over. Saxvig again challenging for the lead. This time Souza holds him off.
Vemos então que o grupo da frente cresceu para 12 embarcações. E isto é sempre a partir, Orlando.
Sim, e ainda sobre o Francisco Santos, é preciso não esquecer que o Francisco também tem uma carreira desportiva na pista. Ele esteve nas tripulações de K4 no Mundial de 2018 em Plovdiv, na Polónia. Terminámos na final B, no 3º lugar, mas em Pitesti em 2019, uma final nos júniores. Estamos a falar de júniores, uma final nos júniores, ele com o Iago Babiano, o Bruno Macedo e o Tiago Henriques, que vai competir amanhã neste campeonato da Europa, terminaram no 8º lugar, numa categoria muito, muito difícil, que é o K4 500 metros, distância olímpica em júniores. Portugal nesse ano a conseguir a final, e em 2019 ele também fez o K2 1000 metros, foi à final B com o Bruno Macedo. Então, o Francisco Santos, o atleta limiano.
E aqui o João Souza, que vemos nas imagens.
João Sousa é uma máquina. O ano passado, aquele K2 com o Francisco Batista, campeões da Europa. Primeiro em Poznan, com 1:39 minuto e 39 segundos 04, com 21 segundos de vantagem em relação aos segundos classificados, e depois no Mundial a confirmarem novamente uma vitória para as cores portuguesas. No dia 22 de setembro, João Sousa, Francisco Batista a vencerem novamente no K2, campeões do mundo, com 1:29.06.
Enoch has just pulled a massive move to get into the lead V. Went round, I'm not sure who it is, to get there. I think it's Saxvig, who does seem to be the most tactically inept in the group at the moment. But Enoch has landed himself a lead V right at an important time at the bottom turn, and that was superb. Saxvik, very naive to let him take that, but you take what you can get in these races. Sousa just going around that buoy, just being squeezed in the back of the group. Yehoda and the Italian.
O português João Sousa a liderar o grupo, quando está a ser atacado outra vez por Knudsen, que não dá descanso depois da rondagem. Novamente o atleta da Dinamarca a atacar e a alongar ali o grupo, e já está a provocar estragos, e o Francisco ficou ali apanhado atrás.
Oi, oi, oi. It's getting tense out there, and Joe Enoch has pulled an absolute blinder. He's going to be attacked on the outside by the Spaniard and the Hungarian. It's a tough one. He's going to get squeezed into the V, and hopefully Cellier can't get round the Spaniard. And this group has had a bomb go off in it. They're all over the place.
Houve ali vários toques, os portugueses estão ligeiramente atrasados, mas a recuperar. Vamos ver se conseguem. João Sousa já chegou ali a uma onda.
E o Francisco está logo ao lado.
Está encostado à margem, mas houve ali uns toques. O Francisco foi o primeiro a sofrer um toque, logo ainda no final da portagem, e depois o João Sousa foi logo a seguir. É tudo inadvertido, não é feito propositadamente, mas obviamente afeta a prestação dos portugueses. Agora sim, tudo mais estável, digamos assim. Estão no grupo da frente.
Saxvig doing his own thing out to the right. He just doesn't seem comfortable in the groups. He can catch back up, but he can't stay there. Pelli tucked behind the leader. Cellier, Sousa, Fernandez, Enoch, Dos Santos, Aliaga, and we come in towards the second Portage.
Orlando, este grupo está em constante mudança, portanto começou com 15 barcos, tivemos 8 no grupo da frente, 12, agora isto está em constante readaptação, sempre a moldar-se aqui o grupo da frente.
Não, o que é impressionante é o estrago que o Knudsen vai fazendo. Ele está sempre a assumir as despesas de prova, as partes mais difíceis. O Knudsen, um atleta muito experiente, já com vários títulos europeus e mundiais da maratona, e que tem estado também no K4 Sub-23 da Dinamarca, um K4 também fortíssimo. O sénior foi finalista não, foi olímpico. E a Dinamarca com uma excelente equipa, e o Felipe Knudsen aqui a dar cartas, e de que maneira.
So here comes Portage 2. Again, Knudsen leads in. Cellier with him, Pelli with him, Sousa, Fernandez, Enoch, Dos Santos, Aliaga. That's everyone in shot. Then Saxvig.
Aqui o dinamarquês de que falamos.
A lot of action in the feeding lane. There are a lot of staff waiting there. This is going to be super interesting if everyone decides to come through. Out jumps Knudsen. He's first to rise. Pelli away with him. Cellier with him. None of those are coming through the feeding lane. And there's a little gap back to Sousa, who's running like he's stolen something.
Yeah, it's the usual. It's very strong on the portages, these Portuguese.
Já tudo o Sousa numa portagem muito
Fernandez
rápida.
with him.
Francisco vai entrar aqui
Excelente
fora da
entrada
confusão.
do-
Muito
Oh,
bem.
Dos Santos,
Excelente.
Muito
beautiful,
bem, Francisco
beautiful from
Sousa.
Dos Santos.
Ambos, os dois portugueses a reentrarem muito bem depois da segunda
Já
portagem.
digo Francisco Sousa, bem bem. Como é que eu estou?
É aquela simbiose perfeita, Orlando.
Esquece.
É como eu referia
Tough portage
com
for
o Pimenta. O José Pimenta, já estás com o Francisco Sousa, isto pega-se.
Aqui estão lado a lado os portugueses, que vai passar ali
Knudsen
juntinho.
pressing on this time. Pelly and Cellier with him. Sousa just behind that. Then Dos Santos. Dos Santos probably the most poetic portage we've seen so far. But Knudsen hoping to stretch this group out. This is a concerted effort. Not everyone's going to make it back to this, I don't think. Pelly breathing heavily, but he's safe there. Cellier, same deal. Then Sousa. Then Dos Santos. Then Fernandez. Then Aliaga. And then I think there's a little break back to Enoch.
Sousa ali a tentar subir para a tripla. Isso era o melhor local. O outro,
Está a
já
conseguir.
não, o húngaro não deixou. O húngaro desceu.
This is tough. This leg is tough. Spaniards just hanging on at the back. Knudsen still stretching them out. You can tell it's fast. They're double file. There's no one hanging on the outside of this at this pace. And Enoch is having to, it's painful for him. He's seeing this group ahead. He knows they're traveling and he's just losing ground some 20 meters down behind the people you can see in shot now.
So it's Denmark and then Hungary, Portugal, Portugal e depois Espanha. Ali 2-2.
There's Enoch, bottom of the shot, right in the bottom corner of your screen. It's not over. And pace at the front, or the leader at the front at least, has changed. There's going to be contact again. That will suit Enoch. He'll take that.
Sousa a conseguir ali cair na tripla, mas não deixa. Aquilo é uma troca, mas ninguém quer dar triplas. Agora Sousa a subir pela esquerda.
Sousa on the outside. Fernandez just making his way up through the group. Dos Santos, the white boat, towards the back of the group. And Aliaga in the white hat, black boat of Spain. The lone chaser, bottom of your screen, Great Britain's sole survivor at the moment at this end of the race, Joe Enoch. Just behind Enoch, Saxvig. He's a workhorse. He's a good ride. He's certainly not going to give it up. And when you get there, he's not going to take the wash you want.
Watch now.
Round the turn. It's going to get tight on that first buoy.
Contact.
Second Spaniard in the hat is going to lose a bit of ground. Angles all went wrong for him. Round the turn goes Knudsen, trying to stretch the group yet again. Saxvig overtaking Enoch. Enoch gets a ride for a while. But that group has stretched.
Sousa ali a sair mal da portagem. Vamos ver se... Sousa não, Santos. Francisco a sair mal da portagem. Vamos ver se...
rondagem, sim.
Na rondagem, a saber
Sousa
se
coming
consegue
up the right-hand side.
juntar-se ao grupo outra vez.
The two Hungarians with the Dane. Sousa, the fourth person. Then it's Fernandez at the back of that group. Currently, Dos Santos and Aliaga, the two who've lost contact, at least for now, but Dos Santos making his way back.
Orlando, que corrida, que regata é esta? Sempre aqui a mudar.
É que agora, entretanto, depois à saída da portagem, houve uma troca na frente e o Francisco com mais dificuldade para poder recuperar. No entanto, o João Sousa continua ali no grupo da frente. Está aqui do lado direito, na onda do primeiro.
Sellier deliberately making life hard for Fernandez, not opening up a V-wash for him, instead choosing to travel behind the leader. Knudsen. Oh no, that is Sellier leading. It's Knudsen that's dropped behind. He's not opening up the gap for Fernandez. If everyone didn't have a white boat and wear a white shirt, my life would be a lot easier.
Exactly.
Sellier leads from Knudsen. Outside of the group again, Souza. Knudsen goes through. Souza to his left.
Knudsen again.
Francisco parece colar, vamos lá. Ver se consegue ali agarrar de novo o grupo da frente.
Dos Santos back in the game. Aliaga trying to make contact as well. He's trying to get to the back of Souza. And that sits well for Dos Santos. His wave doubles in size at the back of the group there. Finally, a little breather for Dos Santos, who closed that gap. The group changes. Souza leads on the left. Dos Santos, why would you have a drink right now? Surely just get comfortable. Pelly goes to the front. This is changing all the time.
O grupo da frente mantém-se com 7 embarcações.
Aliaga taking on Souza. Souza moves left to protect. Dos Santos follows them round. He sees that Aliaga has made his way to the front. Pelly squeezing Souza. Round the left comes Knudsen. Souza finds himself handed a V-wash, but the Hungarians will sort that out. Sellier cuts Pelly into the V onto Souza. That was always going to happen.
E numa altura em que passamos a metade da prova, já falta menos para o final do que o percurso que os atletas já cumpriram. Aliaga vai para a frente, o atleta que representa as cores de Espanha, com o ritmo a baixar e a permitir que todos entrem aqui no pelotão numa posição mais confortável. O Francisco Santos é o que está à esquerda, ligeiramente à esquerda. João Sousa está na tripla, formada pelo Knudsen e pelo Pelly aqui à direita. Aproveita para abastecer o João Sousa, onde passam por baixo da ponte medieval.
Aliaga leads, Knudsen, Sellier, Dos Santos. There's your leader. Aliaga, black boat, white hat. The gap back to the chase too, with the Norwegian and the Great British paddler is opening up. And that's a tough catch from there. Enoch just caught for speed coming into that last portage, didn't get out with the group. And Saksvik, tactically naive, has suffered for the extra work he's done over the last 2 laps. The constant changing in this group is pretty brutal. For now, at least, settled with Aliaga leading.
Aliaga is the Spanish under-23 champion. He was the winner 4 weeks ago of the Spanish national championship in the under-23. He's from Club Piraguismo As Torres Romeria Vikinga in Spain. He's from Tui. And he is now leading the front group, the leading group.
Finally, we've covered more than 2 minutes with the same group formation, and they will be super grateful for that.
Emotions all the time, Ivan, in
It
this
is.
last race.
This is a good race.
Very
It's
good.
a thinking race. That's where Saksvik came up short. Dos Santos on the inside of the bend. He's going to have to, here he goes now. I don't think he's going to hold off Knudsen. Knudsen will just move left on him until he has to go around the buoy. Job done already.
Isto quando os participantes já têm 1 hora de prova.
Attack a little bit too soon. And you think Souza will probably get squeezed back onto Dos Santos, his teammate here, as they go round the turn. He's going to have to drop back now. Dos Santos has to give room for him. He's managing to stay on the inside of Knudsen. He's doing his teammate. Oh no, it is Dos Santos on the outside, not Souza. So yeah, the other way round. Dos Santos holding on to that inside incredibly well. Just running around on the inside of the Dane.
And now they split.
Cellier races for the inside. Fernandez covers that. And Knudsen will try maybe and come round the Spaniard if Cellier gets to the lead, but he doesn't. So Knudsen happy to sit with the Spaniard.
O João Sousa então agora a colar-se.
Sim, conseguir
Souza
recuperar e
and
colocar-se bem.
Santos swap places in that exchange. Cellier goes up the right again, squeezed into the right-hand bank by Fernandez. Still pressing on. Cellier going to bully his way through. He is going to make it, so Knudsen will go round the Spaniard. Spaniard says no. It's tense, so tense at the front there. Pelli runs to the back of Cellier's boat. Dos Santos up behind the Spaniard. This looks like it'll be the first portage where Knudsen isn't going to lead in. Cellier decided this one's his. This is portage number 3.
3. Yeah. 3. So of 6 portages, that it's the goal of this race. 7 laps, 6 portages, and 1 more small lap.
Cellier pushing on all the way, I think, to the portage. Pelli very comfortable there behind him.
Carla, muitas trocas de ondas, mas para já tudo a correr de feição para os portugueses. Isto é um nervosismo. Estar aqui a ver é que o João Sousa e o Francisco Santos têm que fazer das tripas coração para estar ali bem colocados. É que isto não é daquelas corridas em que o grupo segue sem problemas, não, está sempre um ataque de um, ataque do outro, é o Pelli, é o Cellier, é o Aliaga, é o Knudsen, sempre ataques sucessivos, o grupo muito esticado. Há bastante tempo que ninguém desce do grupo. Pensava ali que o Fernandes há pouco ia ficar de fora, mas não conseguiu recuperar. A embarcação ali mais escura, com a parte de trás, com a pinta amarela. Quando nos aproximamos da portagem, vamos ter aqui muita emoção outra vez.
E se calhar para descarregar um bocadinho da tensão que o Ivan ia referindo, sempre um desgaste constante estar aqui neste grupo da frente.
Atenção a esta abertura, o grupo separou-se.
Both Hungarians have supporters in the feeding lane. Aliaga in the hat, holding off Knudsen, who's coming out from the far side of the pillar. Knudsen does lead in after all, kind of snuck round the left side of the pillar. This time it was Souza who has a little stumble getting out. There is all sorts of aggro. The Spaniard has put his boat through the railing. He's not going to get that out easily. I'm not sure whether that was his own support who tripped him there, but this boat ended up underneath the railing. A little bit of tension.
Bom, houve aqui
he seems to be back with the group. He's got him beautifully well, and he's in contention with the group still. Pelli runs at the front. But if the Spaniard has survived that, hats off to him, because that was a very, very unfortunate incident.
É por parte do espanhol o Fernandes, que naturalmente
Not
muito
sure.
chateado.
We've lost a couple of trackers in that incident. So we might not see Aliaga on the tracker anymore.
Mas as imagens dizem-nos que os portugueses estão ali no grupo da frente.
There's Fernandes. Pelli leads from Knudsen, from Dos Santos, taken through a bit of foliage on the tree. Cellier just behind him. Souza just behind him. I think the Spaniard Fernandes is in contact with this group. Pelli slows. No motivation to go past him from Knudsen, not at this point. Group slows. It could be the saviour of Aliaga. There's the nose of Aliaga's boat, that yellow tip. The two Spaniards struggling just a little at the back there. But the amount of time Aliaga lost at the Portage there.
And the energy he's spending now to get into the leading
and
group.
We don't even know if he got his drink after all that, because it was so chaotic there. Fernandes, just the blue tip of his boat there, is gradually closing in on Souza. Making his way to the back of Dos Santos. The other Spaniard maybe go to his right. Here's Harry Freeland. He's been making good progress through the groups. Oh, he is coming through the drinks lane. Charlie Smith, drink over his head. Out the way of the Italian, both through safely.
Orlando, mas depois deste incidente na Portagem, que grande recuperação ali por parte dos espanhóis. Vamos ver se isto depois se vai revelar mais para a frente da prova, não é?
Sim, mas aqui há um grande dispêndio de energia. Foi pena, porque o Aliaga não teve culpa, foi a equipa de apoio. Eu acho que eles estavam demasiado dentro da zona de abastecimento e o bico do Aliaga acaba por bater nas pernas, o barco vira, foi uma grande confusão.
E ficou ali na...
E pronto, tanto que ele queixa-se imediatamente a quem lhe estava a dar o abastecimento. Isto é uma chatice depois. Como é que se justifica isto depois dentro do seio da equipa?
É isso.
Que o atleta ficou prejudicado devido a membros da equipa. É pena também, obviamente não fazem de propósito.
Claro.
É uma situação que ninguém deseja. Foi chato, mas para já continua ali o Fernandes. O Aliaga está fora do grupo da frente.
So everyone back together at the front there. Freeland on his own coming out of the Portage just ahead of Furligoi from Italy. Freeland now in 13th position and he's got a minute of clear water in front of him, but a group of 4 to close down. If he catches that group of 4, that would be a proper result for Freeland after his incident earlier on in the race where he took a swim.
So Aliaga's GPS is here, so
yep.
We don't have the data from Aliaga.
But we do know he's with the group.
Yes.
We had the visual of that. That group were back together at the front. There it is. A little bit of a struggle to get round that final turn buoy, or the first turn buoy. The other thing that's really inconvenient for us now is that Aliaga also lost his hat, which means that I can no longer identify him from his hat. Both Spaniards are now no hat. So my note that I've got in front of me is subsequently rendered useless.
Hard work for us too.
Oh, they're making our life hard. This group running through now. Mensick, Spree, Donnellan and Schultz. Mensink first in, Donnellan tidy in the yellow boat. Spree in the boat with the red tip. So everyone back together. So Aliaga with the yellow tips. Make a new note.
Someone is asking the adversary to go into the lead.
The race is starting to unfold now. No one really wants to take the lead. There's been so much action in that group that a rest is welcome for everyone right now. Seven together still. Aliaga will have disappeared from all the graphics on screen because he's lost his tracker off the back of his boat. But that's him to the left of the leader with the yellow tip on his boat. Slow now, bit of aggro from Pelli, trying to take, I don't know how you think you're going to take Dos Santos' way from him there. Maybe Dos Santos stopped for something to drink, I don't know, but that was ambitious from Pelli, who now moves out to the left-hand side and will potentially take on Aliaga to get to the front and his teammate Cellier. Super relaxed now.
Looks like. I was thinking the same, Ivan.
Will cover as much distance as they dare like this. There's no real challenge from behind now.
But everything can change in a few seconds, I suppose.
It can. We've seen it happen so many times this weekend. Saxvig is the paddler behind, and he's relentless in his chase. They'll see they're closing this group down pretty rapidly. It's only about 50 meters now between the back of this group
Attention
and
now.
the front. So Pelli moves to the front. Dos Santos comes to his left. Cellier to the right of Aliaga with the yellow tip.
Very nice shot, this one, with this.
Aliaga just about to lose his
drone.
number as well as his track by the look of it. And the gap closing behind them to just over 40 meters. So Saxvig on the charge again. That is a beautiful ride for Joe Enoch if he can stay with it. Back to that front group once more. But you know when they get there, all hell's going to break loose. It's going to become chaotic again. And that split will reappear almost certainly. Saxvig almost better off to ride the big waves out to the right and not catch this group at the moment.
Very nice work with the drone also.
It's
with
lovely.
these very, very close images.
Isto aqui quem está a liderar é o Aliaga, não é o Nuts. No Aliaga já não temos os dados do GPS depois da confusão aqui na Portagem. Portanto, o barco preto de Espanha que tem a ponta amarela é o Aliaga. O barco preto que tem a parte de trás amarela é o Diego Fernandes.
Deixa-me tomar estas preciosas notas, Orlando, para nos orientarmos.
Pois é difícil aqui à contraluz, é difícil saber quem é quem. Temos o Francisco Santos, embarcação 361, está muito bem colocado. Ele e o João Sousa.
E o João também.
Também, sim, estão os dois,
por isso.
Têm trabalhado muito bem. Às vezes aqui a pregarem-nos uns sustos porque ficam ligeiramente atrasados, mas depois a recuperar. Para já tudo muito calmo na frente. Mas ali um grande trabalho com o Saxvig da Noruega a tentar chegar ao grupo da frente, como baixou o ritmo.
Round the outside comes, I think it's Cellier.
João Sousa encosta ali e vai cair na tripla.
Sousa not able to hold him off, but ends up with a better wash of the two for letting him past. So Dos Santos and Cellier on the outside. Led by Aliaga, to his left Pelli, to his right Knudsen. Tucked in the back tidily is Fernandez of Spain.
7 musketeers on the front of the race, Ivan.
That's a few too many musketeers for comfort, I think. It's tough. It's slow at the moment, but it's all going to kick off again at some stage.
Ali o João ali a dar uns os puxões ali dentro do barco. Deve ser para se sentir mais confortável.
Watch now, watch now.
Attention.
Here we go again. So Knudsen round Fernandez, Pelly also round Fernandez. They'll come together at the front, Sellier to the right. Fernandez will drop into the V. It's Dos Santos struggling at the back at the moment, along with Fernandez. Sorry, it was Aliaga into the
João,
V.
that's Sousa.
Shaping again all the time.
Santos is on the right side,
You're
Sousa on the
right.
left.
It's hard to see the ginger in this light. So
Yes, it's difficult.
Dos
It's very
Santos.
hard.
on the outside of the group, Sousa on the inside, just behind Pelly.
Então temos Francisco Santos à direita, por fora nesta rondagem, e o João Sousa por dentro.
É
Preciso
isso.
cuidado, está a olhar para trás o Knudsen, ver quem é que anda ali.
A contraluz até a embarcação aqui apropriada, como referiu o Ivan, para o nosso atleta limiano, o nosso ruivo, que tem ali um barco a condizer. Aqui a contraluz tudo se perde. Agora sim, já com melhor visibilidade.
Carla, aproveitamos agora que vai acalmar um bocadinho antes da portagem para dizer que esta primeira edição do K1 Sub-23 realizou-se em 2009 em Ostroda, na Polónia. Começámos logo com um pódio. Hugo Guedes foi medalha de bronze na primeira edição, atrás do espanhol Borja Nieto e do francês Edwin Lucas. Isto foi em 2009, depois tivemos aqui um grande período sem conseguirmos chegar ao pódio. Em 2019 foi a vez de Adriano Conceição, em decisive, no dia 26 de julho de 2019, atrás de Mads Pedersen e de Torbjörn Rask. Adriano Conceição, medalha de bronze, e depois em 2021 foi o título europeu também para o Adriano Conceição, ele que nasceu em 1999, mesmo ano do Messias Batista, na Rússia, no dia 9 de julho de 2023. Adriano Conceição sagrou-se campeão da Europa. Desde aí nunca mais subimos ao pódio. Adriano Conceição em Vegan 2022 seria quinto classificado e em 2023 já o Francisco Santos, o quarto classificado.
É que os atletas de costume também com estes marcos históricos nestas provas de maratona. Como já aqui tive a oportunidade de referir, para além do Ponte, Lima, Prado e Costuma, são três clubes com grandes tradições nas provas de grandes tradições e resultados. Nas
Santos
provas de
making
longa
a run for the
distância.
inside, Sellier holds him off.
E nesse ano de 2009, que foi depois do Campeonato do Mundo em Crestuma,
Exatamente.
com o Fernando Pimenta em sub-23 a terminar no segundo lugar, atrás do grande Van der Vaart da África do Sul, também em Crestuma, com o José Ramalho a terminar no K1 Sénior no terceiro lugar. Portanto, e com o Beatriz Gomes a ser campeã do mundo, único título feminino.
Que boas
na
memórias
maratona.
nos traz, Orlando, aqui da história da canoagem portuguesa, e também foi em costume que tudo começou em termos de...
on the inside. Again gets shut down.
Mas quando estava a compilar aqui os resultados da maratona, compilei 711 resultados. Entre júniores, sub-23 e séniores, toda a nossa história da maratona, e ficou tudo compilado. Portanto, para a gente preservar essas memórias que são bastante importantes, e é disso que nós vivemos.
É por isso que o nosso Orlando é uma pérola aqui também, a sua participação neste europeu de maratona.
Agora tudo a aquecer. Seems to have a degree of control over who gets to the portage first. Does Knudsen. Pelly to his left, Sellier to his right. Aliaga in the V there with the yellow tip on his boat. All four out well. Aliaga maybe the slower. And at the back of the group, Fernandez. Aliaga through the drinks lane. Trying to get his drink more cleanly this time. It's clean and he's away. Knudsen leads. Sellier to his right, Pelly to his left. Pelly already paddling This time Knudsen goes for it with real intent. This is big. The Spaniards are going to struggle with this.
Oh,
no.
again.
No, not again.
Aliaga again, yeah.
That's fatigue. It's stress. This group becomes more meaningful, though, for the addition of Aliaga. And we're another Spaniard missing from the front. Knudsen has broken a little gap, all of his own there.
It's Knudsen and then the two Hungarians and then Francisco Santos and João Sousa.
The face of a man who's going for it here. Two Portuguese, two fastest Portages. There you go.
Yeah. Catch me if you can. That's what Knudsen was saying.
Knudsen, he might not be the quickest on the run. He's 2 seconds down on Dos Santos, but he's certainly quick in and out of that boat, and that counts for an awful lot. And he's made a break. Quick drop of the paddles by the Italian there. Czech, Italy, France, and Poland. That is Yehoda, Biagini, Wiskowski, and Cattell. That's the group that Harry Freeland is trying desperately to cut down. Still, it's Knudsen at the front. Pelly leading the chase, and it's Pelly is going to close that gap. He's used Cellier to get him this close, and now Pelly is the one who's going to get to the back of Knudsen. We got quite possibly the loudest man in the world behind us.
Sim, temos aqui relato dentro do relato.
Closes down Knudsen. Knudsen ends the run.
Knudsen,
that will be a relief to the Hungarians, I'm sure. This is the group that is in front of Harry Freeland. He doesn't seem to have made much ground on them on this lap, which isn't a surprise. There he is, not too far behind, but far enough to know that it's not going to be easy.
Orlando, já aqui tínhamos referido que os portugueses são fortes nas portagens e há pouco vimos isso confirmado com os dados que passaram no ecrã, com o Francisco a fazer a portagem mais rápida, 18 segundos, e o João Sousa, o segundo melhor tempo na portagem, 19 segundos.
Nem sem barco, 18 segundos para mim.
Jeppy Moretti there.
Esquece. Foi impressionante a velocidade a que estes atletas fazem esta portagem, é impressionante. É que faz parecer curta. Mas quando estamos ali em baixo, quando vamos entregar os prémios, não é nada curta. A portagem é bastante longa.
É sim, temos dois atletas também fisicamente bastante distintos, porque o Francisco é bem mais alto, tem as pernas mais compridas, corre bem, mas o João Sousa é um fenómeno nas portagens. É incrível, ele parece que se reinventa nas portagens.
E a forma como utiliza este novo modelo da Anel, que não tem aquelas, portanto tem as caixas estanques, digamos assim. Estava a tentar lembrar do nome, mas eu não lembro. A forma como ele vira o barco quando começa a correr, retira toda a água e segue caminho, faz-me lembrar o Rui Cancio que fazia isso quando estava em plena carreira desportiva de alta competição, também fazia isso nas portagens. Portanto, a forma como se faz isso e como faz parecer fácil, são centenas e centenas de treinos que têm que ser feitos para chegar a esse ponto. Na frente tudo mais ou menos ok para os portugueses, estão ali agora muitas paragens, ninguém quer assumir as despesas da prova. Ligeiramente atrasado o espanhol Fernandes.
Front group slowed down again, opening the door for Fernandes, maybe to close that gap. A 5-boat front group, super uncomfortable. I don't think anyone would mind if a 6th boat joined that. Sousa continually taking on food or gels or something, I don't know, keeps stopping to put something in. Comes round to the right-hand side. Fernandes in touch now. You can use Sousa to get him back in contact with this group. He'll come up the right-hand side. Maybe he won't come up the right-hand side. He's going left He could have come into the V with Sousa between the two Portuguese, but he chose the left-hand side instead. He'll have his reasons for that, I'm guessing. Now he drops round and goes for the V that he should have got in the first place. Just a bit of decision making there, and that's fatigue. Does that to you. Another undignified gel squeeze from the Germans as they come through the portage. There has to be a better way. Pelly leads.
Zalan Pelly, ele que foi nono classificado na prova de ontem na short race, já dissemos há pouco, mas voltamos a repetir que é sempre bom lembrar, foi medalha de bronze no Mundial de Sub-23 o ano passado, em Metkovic, na vitória do Filipe Knudsen, é ele que está a liderar agora. No segundo lugar ficou o Joaquim Iglesias de Espanha, que não está aqui presente.
Down goes the pace again. There's no obvious leader moving to the front. Everyone covering it in case they don't get a good wash after the change. Knudsen to the right of Sellier. Sellier takes the lead, Dos Santos to his left. Sousa seemingly really happy on that second wash out. He's been there a lot today and he didn't make a move to challenge Knudsen. Maybe he knows that it wouldn't stick, but always worth a try to be sat out there where Sousa is. Of all the boats in that group, and look who's coming. It's Aliaga, it's Saxvig and Enoch, and the group is back.
O que dizer,
Saxvig and Enoch have done a hell of a lot of work today. Aliaga is recovered twice from incidents, and now we're going to have a very slow period. Nobody's going to be interested in this, except of course Saxvig, who
was able to get back into the leading group.
Oh my word! Aliaga, Saxvig, trying to make their way to a bit of comfort. Enoch, the beneficiary of the front V, at least for now. A little bit of breathing space, but the pace is so slow.
E quando tínhamos apenas 5 atletas na frente, agora temos 9. Portanto, o grupo a baixar bastante a velocidade. O Knudsen não conseguiu fugir ali a seguir à portagem. Quer dizer, ele fugiu, mas depois desistiu do esforço. Também não pode, não é nenhum super-homem, apesar dos resultados o colocarem num atleta fora de série. A nível do atleta fora de série, mas não conseguiu fugir sozinho. Agora temos novamente 9 atletas no grupo da frente. Isto vai ser um final de prova muito interessante.
So we saw Knudsen have a big play to break this group. He went hard for probably 2-3 minutes even, and then it all came back together. As soon as Pelly caught him, Knudsen stopped, paddles down. He does look to be the strongest in the field, though. I have to give him that. But now we're on a fairly pedestrian pace, coming down to the bottom turn. On lap, we just started lap 7 of 7. So we've got 2 portages to go. And we have definitely entered. Oh no, we haven't.
Santos and Aliaga side by side.
No one wants to lead, no one wants to fall back. It's a catch-22. Knudsen on the right-hand side. Sellier forced to the front again. Knudsen will stop, I think, as soon as Sellier's safe. Falls back. No, Knudsen takes the lead. Pelly falls back into the V. Dos Santos takes on Sellier. Sellier moves left to stop that happening.
Malta, estamos nisto há
Dos
uma hora e
Santos
meia.
again. Sellier pushed forward. Sellier left again onto Dos Santos. Sellier looking slightly more desperate in his moves to hold Dos Santos off. I think we're maybe seeing a bit of fatigue there. Or maybe he's just fed up with him doing the same over and over. At the back of the group, it's Saxvig still struggling to find something comfortable. Pace goes up.
Mas o Sousa está bem colocado, o João está bem colocado aqui para esta rondagem quando o Knudsen lidera e o Francisco.
Again, Joe Enoch. The gap opens up straight into it. Round the outside goes Pelly. Pelly may have had enough of the group being slow. No, he just wanted a better wash. He's cut Sousa back into the V, but Sousa's not going to hold off Enoch. Yes, he is going to hold off Enoch.
Yeah.
That was tight. He nearly made it. Attack on the left now. Again, Dos Santos tries to go around Cellier. Again, Cellier veers off left. And we come round the bottom turn for the penultimate time. Saxvig at the back of the group. Enoch nowhere to go at the moment. Ducking inside. High risk with someone like Saxvig there. You don't know what he's going to do. A tap on the tail at this stage. We're round safely. Seems okay.
Cinco quilómetros é o que falta para percorrer o desafio colocado aos atletas que competem agora no K1.
Dos Santos again on Cellier.
Ataque de Francisco.
Cellier running with Knudsen this time. Dos Santos, no, didn't make it. He's tried that too many times now. Failed too many times. Knudsen, Cellier, Pelly, Dos Santos, Sousa, Aliaga, Enoch. Two more portages.
Esta é então a última volta longa. Vão passar aqui na portagem e depois vão lá acima ainda, depois vêm para baixo e depois fazem uma última portagem. Faltam duas.
Denmark, Hungary, Portugal, Spain, Great Britain, and then Spain, and then Norway. Knudsen stretching the line just a little bit. It's a long way back to Saxvig in that line, but they're all still in the group together. But you wouldn't want to be that far behind coming into the portage out of choice. Knudsen pressing on, keeping the group long, keeping it thin. Dos Santos and Sousa just behind the two Hungarians. Enoch behind Sousa, Aliaga behind Dos Santos. Then comes Fernandes.
Mas o grupo muito alongado para esta entrada na portagem, Carla. Isto vai ser aqui, eles têm que começar
não há margem para erros.
Não há, não.
You get the feeling this group's going to break again here. That line is just too long for everyone to get back in the water at the same time. Here comes Knudsen again, going to get to the portage first. Hungary, left and right of him. It's been pretty much the same picture every portage. This time Dos Santos in a very good position with them and a small gap back to Sousa.
Vamos lá ver então a passagem aqui. Francisco Santos a sair bem.
Just
João
small
Sousa
delays.
vai ter que recuperar. Aqui está, já tirou a água.
Já.
Vamos lá, João, vamos, João, vamos, João.
Vamos, Francisco.
Vamos ver a entrada, Francisco entrar.
Here.
Ok,
Vamos,
tudo bem. Tudo ok.
Dos Santos away with the front four. Sousa, nicely
muito bem para João Santos. Entrada espetacular.
Spaniard away. Aliaga, Enoch still there with the second Spaniard who clipped the back of his boat, turning Enoch into the edge. They've lost a bit of ground, but they've got Saxvig with them, and he is like a diesel train. He'll get them to the front if it kills him. No running from Knudsen this time. Pelly goes to the front. Dos Santos. Sousa just ducking inside to get to the V. A lot slower this time out from the Portage, and everyone's going to be back together. One more Portage. Those front four looking the strongest at the moment. Aliaga continues to tough it out at the back, but it seems to be down to 6. I can't quite see the gap back. This is Italy, Czech Republic, France. So we're looking at Biagini, Yehoda, Cattell and Wiskowski rather. They're away well, except perhaps for Cattell, just a little bit off the pace. Next through will be Harry Freeland on his own. But here's the front group of 6 now. We seem to have lost Fernandez and Enoch and Saxvig. Saxvig seems to be a long way behind Enoch on the track system. So perhaps something happened to him at the Portage, maybe a bit of rudder damage. But he seems to be on his own. Fernandez and Enoch just about 30 meters behind this group. We should see there, we just saw the nose of Fernandez. Wiskowski taking the pace in this group.
Wiskowski, Biagini and Yehoda.
Behind the leaders.
E o atleta da Polónia, o italiano e o checo.
And Cattell not going to make this group by the look of it, which will give. Yeah, we've got confirmation from one of the officials that Saxvig did have to fix his rudder at the jetty. So he's got a big job to do on his own, more than 100 meters back from the guys we see in shot, which is Enoch and Fernandez, just off the back of that front group.
Aliaga a tentar subir. Ali atrás com o Enoch. Não temos dados do Aliaga, mas temos do Enoch. Esta vai ser a última vez que vão passar na rondagem lá em cima. Depois vêm para baixo, vão passar lá em frente ao clube. E quando vierem aqui vai ser para a última portagem desta competição de K1 masculino sub-23. Faltam menos de 3,5 km para o final. Começamos a chegar aos momentos de decisão. Pelli a liderar. O atleta da Hungria tem sido uma constante no grupo da frente. Os dois húngaros, o Pelli e o outro, que é o Sad Cellier.
Orlando, esta prova é de tal forma desgastante que o Ivan já atacou de novo os 12. Portanto, até parece que é ele que está ali a fazer a maratona, mas tem feito aqui uma maratona na parte da locução.
Está a repor energias, está a repor energias.
When? To get some air back, yep. Well, that and a nata. Can't argue with that.
Vejam agora o layout do grupo da frente, com as 8 embarcações.
São 8 embarcações, um dinamarquês,
8
2
boats.
portugueses, 2 húngaros, 2 espanhóis e depois o Enoch da Grã-Bretanha voltou a colar, está ali, é o último da esquerda. Isto agora tudo muito calmo na frente. Eu julgo que a partir da passagem aqui da Ponte Medieval, à medida que se forem aproximando da rondagem, vamos começar a ver
movimentos mais acelerados e mais consistentes.
Certeza que o grupo vai alongar ali para a última rondagem lá em cima e depois aqui a caminho da portagem tudo se vai resolver.
Very much the calm before the storm now. They're just covering ground. Once they're down to the bridge, I mean, that's how calm it is. All having a bit of a chat there. But once they get to the bridge, or maybe even before, when it does kick off, it's going to be pretty hectic.
É a bonança antes da tempestade, eu diria, Orlando.
Sem dúvida, sem dúvida. Tudo muito calmo, mas estão todos a olhar para o lado. O que é que o adversário vai fazer? Realmente, aqui ninguém a querer arriscar. 1h42 de prova. Tempos de prova normalmente perto das 2 horas, entre 1h50 54, 1h57, têm sido os tempos dos últimos 4 anos.
E agora tudo em slow motion.
It's a shame you can't read thoughts, because there's a lot of thoughts going on in that group now. The bottom line is they're all enjoying. Here we go. It's going to start now. The Dos Santos forces Knudsen to take on Pelli. Nobody's going to want to give up the lead. So Souza forcing Dos Santos on the right. Pelli leads. Cellier will want to go round the outside. There he goes. Enoch just happy, I think, to pick up whatever the best wave is, and he's done a super job of that. Cellier round the outside of Dos Santos. Doesn't leave much option for Enoch but to sit on his outside for now. Into the V at the back comes Fernandez. Enoch attacks on the outside. It's ambitious, but I think he's going to make it stick. He is going to make it stick. Enoch gets to the front of the race. As they come towards the bridge, Cellier will go round him.
Maybe into the front just to keep the pace
in there. Pelli just
slower.
holding off Dos Santos. Dos Santos needs to get out of there, really.
Watch.
Well, Enoch has done everything right to give himself the best chance.
On the left.
Takes the lead. Enoch going to have to fight off Cellier any minute now. Enoch happy to take the V, but he's going to have to take it from Souza. And it's just getting confused in there. No one wants to go fast, but no one wants to go slow either. On the right goes Fernandez. Cellier holds him off. More attacks on the left. Spain and Portugal trying to get to the side of Knudsen. Portugal wins. Dos Santos well positioned now. Up comes Souza to the left of Dos Santos.
Souza não vai subir, vai se deixar ficar ali.
In the Portuguese camp.
Yeah.
Knudsen now will not relinquish this lead unless he has to. He'll stay at the front from here to the Portage. That would be my betting. But there's going to be attacks coming on the right side now, or just holding off. Pelli being held off by the Spaniard.
E está tudo à espera
Do ataque.
do ataque. Sim, um momento de controle, digamos assim. A expectativa, a ver o que vai acontecer. Para já os portugueses estão... O Francisco Santos está muito bem colocado, o João Sousa está ali ligeiramente mais atrás, porque o Fernandes caiu ali naquela tripla. Era bom que o João Sousa conseguisse...
Sair dali.
Não, pelo menos ele, para fazer a portagem, vai estar ali atrás do Francisco.
Coming towards the turn, Knudsen has control of the group. Dos Santos very happy on his inside there. That is a great place to put yourself at this stage of the race. The attack on the right from Pelli. Pelli held off by the Spaniard. Sellier also moves out to the right. Spaniard's out. Sellier still moving right to attack Pelli. And he's opened himself up to an attack from Aliaga on the inside. Enoch moves up another couple of places in the group.
O João ali numa tripla, assim. O Francisco está bem colocado.
From Knudsen.
Top 8 nesta altura. Última rondagem jusante.
Dos Santos looking super good at this stage. You can pretty much guarantee that Knudsen will go over to the right-hand side and squeeze the Hungarians back behind him, which leaves Dos Santos coming into the portage super high up in this group. Here we go, attack on the right. Knudsen won't have that. He's going to hold them off and squeeze them over to that right-hand bank. There we go.
Orlando, estamos agarrados às cadeiras quando falta quilómetro e meio, pouco mais, para acabar esta regata.
It was on the last journey. Knudsen will get right to the edge. Sellier will have to fall back behind him. That was always going to happen, and Dos Santos has played this brilliantly.
O Francisco está muito bem colocado. Vamos ver, muito alongado este grupo. Knudsen não deixa ninguém subir. O Francisco está do lado esquerdo. Era muito importante esta última portagem. Vamos ver como isto se vai desenvolver. O João está ali a tentar subir do lado direito. Ele também é muito bom nas portagens, mas o grupo está bastante alongado. Isto parece que eles vão... Agora vê-se pela cadência do Knudsen que estão a ir a um ritmo muito mais elevado.
Knudsen, pole position. He's been first into most of the portages. He's been first out of most of the portages. But we've seen the Portuguese run well, and we've seen them get into their boats super well. I'm really liking Dos Santos at the moment. Knudsen in control, though.
Movimento muito inteligente então do português. Está aqui muito bem posicionado para a portagem. O outro português está ali a subir pela margem, ou a tentar. Vamos lá ver. Estamos a entrar nos derradeiros momentos desta última regata. A competição faz no K1 Sénior na categoria Sub-23.
1h49 de prova.
Knudsen, Dos Santos, Aliaga has recovered from 2 incidents to be in a great position coming into the portage. Sellier also in a good position. Pelli just going to have to be given whatever is left once Knudsen chooses where to go. Sousa really is going to struggle to make an impact on the medals from there, but we've seen him portage so well. But the Spaniard just taking him back another place. Big move from Fernandez. Enoch, I'll tell you what, whatever happens to Enoch from here, it's his first year as under 23 and he has made a great job of this race. I don't think he's going to feature in the race for the finish, but he's still there now. Here we go. It's going to get faster and faster from this point.
E é a partir de agora que vamos ter aqui os atletas a chegar à zona da portagem. A vossa atenção. Faltam apenas segundos para eles chegarem
Pelly
aqui.
trying to come round through the left-hand arch. It's going to be a big move if he makes it. He's going to have to go super hard because Knudsen is also going hard, and this is everything to play for. And Dos Santos is doing a marvellous job.
Francisco está muito bem colocado.
Vamos
Vamos
lá
lá,
apoiar
Francisco
o
vai
atleta
sair em
Knudsen looks
segundo.
português.
like being the winner. Dos Santos. And, oh no, just
Vamos,
missed the hand of
vamos,
his boat.
vamos, Francisco!
Vamos, Francisco, vamos lá,
trouble for both
Portugal. Vamos,
Hungarians
Portugal.
also.
Vamos!
Vamos, Portugal.
Cellier seems to have a boat full of water. He's not going to feature. It's Knudsen versus Dos Santos
Vamos, João.
for first and
Vamos lá,
second.
João. Vamos lá, João. Vamos lá, Portugal.
They're both good at getting in their boats.
Entrada.
Dos
Francisco,
Santos
ok.
lose a bit of
Vamos,
direction,
vamos.
so it's Knudsen away.
Vamos,
Dos
Francisco!
Santos in second. Again, it's trouble for Aliaga, and it's Pelly who caused that trouble. Aliaga has just had incident after incident, and it looks like second for Portugal at this stage.
Bom, isto
Ai.
foi uma
Joey Knox
desgraça.
getting in last. He doesn't care anymore. It's Denmark from Portugal.
Preparem-se que vai haver festa porque Francisco Santos segue ali na perseguição de Knudsen. Muito bem colocado. Aliaga tenta recuperar, mas foi mais
Knudsen.
uma portagem desastrosa para o espanhol. Só fez a geneira nas portagens.
Knudsen is all in at this stage. There's no going back from this. Dos Santos, same deal. He can't back off now. It's to the end for him. And Pelly versus Aliaga for third. That's going to be a tough race. But Knudsen's got this.
Já está na rondagem Knudsen. Francisco entrou agora. Não pode olhar para trás. Tem o Aliaga ali a aparecer.
Oh, it's going to be tight for Dos Santos still. Spaniard still in the game.
Francisco sem margem
Não,
para
vai-
erros.
Isto vai ser para Portugal. Vamos lá, Francisco. Vamos lá, Francisco. Ninguém vai passar a Francisco até ao
his
final
job's
agora.
done. He's opening that gap. Dos Santos has to hold off the attack from Aliaga. Pelly's attack is over. Cellier's attack is over. And it's single file back to the finish. Aliaga just closing down to the back of Dos Santos' boat. He's going to run out of time, I think. But he is going to get close.
Temos que apoiar o Francisco. Ele está ali com o terceiro canoísta muito próximo. Vamos lá apoiar Portugal.
Não, Francisco
Knudsen safe at the front.
agora tem
Aliaga
que...
coming to the left of Dos Santos. It's
Vamos
not
Vamos lá,
over yet.
Francisco. Vamos!
Vai aguentar, vai
Dos
aguentar.
Santos has to keep coming left. You've got to keep coming left to hold him off.
Isso, movimento
Francisco,
irrepreensível por parte
vamos!
do Francisco. A experiência a vir ao de cima. Não vai deixar a Aliaga passar. Vitória
Vamos!
para
It's going to be tight.
Knudsen. Francisco a aguentar até ao
Vamos,
final.
Francisco!
Vamos, Portugal. Vamos, Francisco
No doubt
Santos.
for the winner.
Vamos, Francisco! Bora! Vamos, Portugal!
Vai ser no limite. Vai ser prata. Prata para
Para
Francisco
Portugal!
Santos.
Portugal second, Spain third, Hungary fourth and fifth.
E aqui
agora
está
a chegar
João
o segundo
Sousa, grande
português,
prova do
sexta
segundo português, grande
posição.
prova
Muitos
para João
parabéns, João.
Sousa.
Knudsen had control of that final lap. Dos Santos positioned himself so well before that final bottom turn. Second place was always going to be his to lose at least. Aliaga so unlucky to be tapped by Pelly as he got in the boat. Otherwise, he might have had more to say about the silver medal. The two Hungarians victims of small mistakes on that last portage. And the Spaniard, Fernandez, hats off to Joe Enoch for his great result there. And hats off also to the Norwegian Saxvig because he did a lot of work today. A lot of work. Aliaga third, and he rightfully happy because so much happened to that man out there today. So much happened. The portage incident,
Which one?
the small Aliaga. He
No,
was-
which portage incident?
oh, yeah, well, there you go.
Yes, a lot.
So the one I was thinking of the one where he tangled with the railings, didn't get his feed on that circuit. Then on the next one, he took a swim or just a boat fill up at the exit, everything happened to him, and he still made it into bronze medal position. Yehoda coming across the line now ahead of the pole. Wiskowski. Biagini behind him in 11th place. A little bit of Italian chaos on one of the portages saw him leave the front group. He was there for a long, long time.
And it's 4 in a row for Denmark in the European Championships since 2022. One for Nikolai Thomsen for Denmark in Silkeborg, 2022, and then 3 in a row for Philip Knudsen in the European Championships.
He certainly made it his race then. Dominant on that last lap. Once he got ahead on the journey down to the final bottom turn, you knew he wouldn't let up. Nobody was going to go past him from there.
He was brilliant.
Dos Santos knew that, and he positioned himself to his left. I mean, that's just the right thing to do. I mean, there's right things and wrong things, and that was the right thing. He was going to be protected all the way to the portage if he stayed on Knudsen's left. He did that well, got in at the portage. That was so unlucky not to make the break with Knudsen.
Hi guys, I have Philip here, our champion from this evening. How are you? How are you feeling about this race?
Oh, it was a very good race, very technical course to paddle here.
Very competitive also.
Yeah, it was a very big group. Yeah, all the way from the start to the finish. So that was very nice, very much tactic. So it was very nice to be here.
What did you think that made you win? What did you do to win this? What was your goal?
My goal was try to stay in the group with not using so much energy because I have a race tomorrow. But to be safe in the group. So that was very much my tactical this race.
So congratulations. And what are your expectations for tomorrow?
Oh, let's see. Hopefully a good race. That will be very, very nice. But yeah, this race here was my goal. It's my last year as the under 23, and I have taken this title now 3 times in a row. So I'm very happy about that.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Escutamos então a entrevista da Sara Amante ao atleta dinamarquês que venceu esta regata. Orlando, amanhã vamos ter a Sara, com toda a certeza, a aprender umas palavrinhas em dinamarquês, porque ela já anda aqui a dar os primeiros passos em húngaro, depois de tantos pódios por parte desta nação.
Sim, tem feito um excelente trabalho. Estava ali a falar húngaro, parecia que estava a falar português. Está muito bem treinada. Carla, medalha número 5 para Portugal.
So
Quando faltam 2 dias de competição.
Ireland just coming across the front of the portage.
Sim, o medalheiro vai se enchendo, Orlando, dentro das expectativas, não é?
Sim.
Aqui o João esteve ali, também fez uma prova excelente. Nós vemos que esta prova foi de ficar agarrado do princípio ao fim. E, portanto, aqui o saldo final é uma medalha de prata por parte do Francisco, e estamos aqui super felizes pela prestação dos atletas lusos. Amanhã também, eles depois ainda vão aqui participar no K2,
no
portanto,
K2,
aqui
sim.
antevê-se também uma grande participação por parte desta dupla portuguesa.
Sim, mas aqui, quer dizer, o Francisco faz medalha, o João não faz, mas estiveram sempre na luta. Isto era daquelas situações em que até podia não dar nenhuma medalha e na verdade os atletas são excelentes, estiveram sempre lá na frente, sempre à procura de estar perto da vitória, não só das medalhas, e isso é que é preciso destacar. O João Sousa fez uma prova impressionante. Aquilo que o Ivan estava a dizer, o Francisco colocou-se muito bem antes da primeira rondagem, ficou à esquerda do Knudsen e nunca foi apertado para junto da margem. O João Sousa não teve essa sorte, não é essa capacidade, não teve essa sorte, porque houve tantas trocas ali antes da rondagem, que o João Sousa simplesmente não conseguiu estar bem posicionado, porque ele foi sendo empurrado, e à medida que vinham aqui na direção da portagem, cada vez o grupo estava mais alongado. Há uma altura em que o João está muito bem colocado, mas o Fernandes corta-lhe a trajetória, um movimento clássico nestas provas de circuito, e ele tem que vir para trás outra vez. Portanto, foi uma entrada aqui 3 segundos depois dos restantes que veio a decidir, dita depois o resultado, e ele fez uma grande portagem, atenção.
Sim, sim, sim. E é este o resumo, então, desta prova emocionante. Foi a última prova deste dia e daqui a pouco vamos ter também a entrega de medalhas, é isso?
É. E podemos já antecipar um pouco daquilo que vai ser amanhã. Vamos ter o K1 Júnior, o Nuno Barros com o Martim Conceição. Vamos ter a C1 Sénior feminina com Ana Ferreira e a Leonor Carvalho. Vamos ter o K2 Júnior feminina Beatriz Viana, que vimos competir hoje, com a Joana Peixoto, e a Mafalda Cruz também competiu hoje com a Ana Cruz. Depois temos a C1 Homens, atenção ao Rui Lacerda e ao Ricardo Coelho. Tenho...
aqui também grandes nomes.
Vai ser, sim, grandes nomes com uma grande expectativa para esta prova.
Depositamos naturalmente expectativas de procurarem um lugar do pódio.
Isto tudo só na parte da manhã, porque depois na parte da tarde temos o K1 Sénior, temos a Maria Rei e a Joana Marinho Sousa, e ainda da parte da tarde, às 16h25, vamos ter o K1 Sénior com o Tiago Henriques e o José Ramalho. Portanto, amanhã dia também de grandes emoções.
Em cheio. Portanto, não faltam motivos para estarem aqui coladinhos a acompanhar pessoalmente aqui em Ponte Lima ou através da transmissão pitada deste dia europeu de maratona.
While the interviews were going on with Miss Cattell and Freeland crossing the line, Mensink from the Netherlands has just crossed the line also, and coming down now to the finish is Furligoy and Donnellan. Donnellan just across the line now. I didn't see him, he's behind my screen, and Furligoy crossing the line now from Italy. Still out on the course, Spree from Germany, Schultz from Belgium, Schwant from Germany, Numella from Finland, Pereira from Belgium, and Talind from the Netherlands. Big finish from Spree from Germany. Mika Numella from Finland just coming through his final portage.
Também uma palavra de agradecimento às pessoas que tiveram a amabilidade de nos fazerem chegar aqui estes bonés, que têm sido muito úteis ao longo do dia e que nos dão aqui também um certo estilo. Ivan, I'm talking about the stylish that we saw.
Our style in the commentary box,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
I cross between Santa and
Yes.
yeah.
And
I'm not sure what actually.
A cool guy
Yeah,
inside our box.
with sunburnt feet. Yeah.
A little, but and let me add that your fuel is the sweets all the time, because I saw you, Ivan, feeding yourself with sweets before go to the final.
Well, by sweets you mean these lovely cakes.
Let me check.
There's one left.
No, thank you. No.
Oh, you keep saying no publicly. She says no publicly. In the room here, she's eaten half the cakes.
It's not possible to eat everything like you, or I will get at least 5 extra kilos until Sunday.
There's still 2 days of feeding to go.
Yes.
Coming into the finish, Philipp Schulz from Belgium and Schwant from Germany. Schwant closing him down fairly rapidly, but time's going to run out. Schulz is going to be the next across the line from the German.
Portanto, o belga a chegar, seguido então da embarcação 375 é o alemão Rasmus. Schwanz. What a difficult name to pronounce. Thank you, Ivan. So it's time to go again, Ivan.
Yep, off you go. I will see the back markers in. We've got Numela out there, Pereira from Belgium. Not sure about Talind because his tracker says he's 7.2k behind, and I don't think that's right. So just running through the Portage now, Pereira from Belgium. Well done. And Numela from Finland, his last 20 meters to the finish line. And everyone's back. Yes. Was that a full start?
10 extra minutes to be with you, Ivan.
I thought it was a full start for the presentation team.
Yes,
they've been called back.
No, we are giving some time to people be in the more fashionable way on the podium, okay? So take time to care a little before we proceed with the last prize giving ceremony of the day.
So thank you for joining us for the day. We've had some really good races. We'll have even more tomorrow. A few more champions decided. A few more dreams shattered.
Yes.
A few more heroes made.
Yes.
A few more cakes eaten.
Tomorrow we repeat
Yep.
everything again.
So just waiting for Pereira from Belgium. I'm going to assume that Talind lost his tracker and he's come in earlier. So once Pereira's across the line, that'll conclude our job as commentators for the day.
All the resilience of Ivan going on the top with his weight. I'm trying to highlight your best,
Oh, thank
Ivan.
you very much.
Estas também são as imagens deste que é o palco do europeu. É um bonito
Here we
palco,
come,
Orlando.
across the line. Final finisher in this evening's session, Pereira from Belgium.
E aqui está o objetivo
Nicely
cumprido
done.
para o atleta da Bélgica e termina então esta categoria K1 Sub-23 masculino. Ivan, we're done for today.
We are done for today, I believe. Track still has to Lind out on the course, but I'm sure no one's 7.2k behind. So, well, I'm kind of hoping they are. Otherwise, we might not get any sleep.
So,
we're done. Thank you, Orlando and Carla, for a marvelous day.
Thank you, us. Orlando, we have a job to do. Let's go.
Go and use your professionalism
now.
at the award ceremonies. I'm going to head off to dinner. I'll see you later.
Enjoy, my dear. Senhoras e senhores, a cerimónia de entrega de medalhas do K1 masculino sub-23 vai começar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the men's Kayak 1 under 23 will begin.
Senhoras e senhores, apresentamos os medalhados do K1 masculino no escalão sub-23.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists of the men Kayak 1 under 23 category.
As medalhas serão entregues por...
And the medals will be presented by Vitor Félix, board member of the European Canoe Association, with the team leader from Denmark.
E o medalhado de bronze é...
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Izan Aliaga.
E o medalhado de prata é...
Silver medalist representing Portugal, Francisco Santos.
E o medalhado de ouro e vencedor do Campeonato da Europa é...
Gold medalist and European champion representing Denmark, Philip Knudsen.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, levantem-se para escutarmos o hino nacional da Dinamarca.
Please rise for the national anthem of Denmark.
Senhoras e senhores, é tempo de mostrar o vosso reconhecimento aos atletas do pódio.
Give a warm round of applause to the 2025 Canoe Marathon European medalists.
E é com esta grande festa que nos despedimos, cumprimos o programa de hoje. Regresse connosco amanhã. Um bom descanso.